Date with a Ghost. Restless Spirits Cozy Ghost Mysteries, Book 2. Written by Angie Pepper. Narrated by Marie Hoffman. Copyright 2018 by Angie Pepper Publishing. Chapter 1. May 5th, 10:20 p.m. The Watering Hole, Owl Bend, Colorado. Samantha Torres scanned the crowd inside the bar for her date. It was the 5th of May, and it seemed the entire town of Owl Bend, Colorado, was packed into the Southwest-themed tavern for the Cinco de Mayo celebrations. Above Samantha's head, bright-colored paper sunbursts hung from the rafters. Dozens of sombreros floated throughout the bar as though crowd surfing on heads. A grinning redhead of about 40 was approaching Samantha. The redhead wore a peasant-style shirt, pushed down to expose soft cream-colored shoulders and an ample chest tanned with freckles. The redhead held up a black felt-tipped pen between them. "Mustache?" she offered. "No, thank you," Samantha said, holding up her hand. The redhead clutched Samantha by the wrist with a surprisingly strong grip and drew a swirling black line along the edge of her pointer finger. Now, if Samantha wanted to sport her own fake mustache, she could hold her finger under her nose. "Perfect," Samantha said with a pained smile. "I'll treasure it forever." The curvy redhead blew her a kiss and shifted away, slipping back into the crowd. Samantha turned to the bartender, who had seen the interaction and was giving her a sympathetic look. He had a narrow, top-heavy face and the muscular build of someone who worked out every day. His name was something Irish or Italian. Did it start with an F? He'd introduced himself at least twice, but the drinks he provided so efficiently kept erasing his name from Samantha's memory. Not that it was difficult for things to slip out of her mind lately. It felt like her memory was splitting into segments, like the floor of an office building filled with cubicle dividers. The bartender was pouring her a drink. "On the house," he said, his deep voice loud enough to resonate over the crowd easily. "Sorry about Tony, with the mustache thing. She can be enthusiastic, and it's hard to say no to those girls." He nodded at the glass. "That's an artisanal mezcal from Oaxaca. They roast the piña in a pit lined with volcanic rock and then crush it with a donkey." Samantha had already taken a sip of the mezcal. She wrinkled her nose despite the smooth flavor. They let the donkey walk all over it? She realized how stupid she sounded as soon as the words left her lips. Of course the donkey wouldn't walk on the roasted agave. It would be in a harness, pulling a stone wheel. The bartender had already walked away to tend orders. She took another sip and welcomed the spreading warmth. It was her first drink in hours, and better than the cheap gin she'd been drinking lately. She'd lost track of how many bottles she'd gone through, as well as how long she'd been staying there. The two best things about Owl Bend were the solitude and the weather, which was the embodiment of mercurial. Earlier that afternoon, storm clouds had rolled in, followed by thunder and lightning, the bolts of energy crisscrossing between heaven and hell. Between heaven and hell. That was where she lived. Just as the darkness of her thoughts threatened to consume everything, her date appeared across the crowded bar. Warren. Her heart skipped and tripped to catch up. He was tall and masculine in a clean-cut way, like a doctor on a soap opera. Only he wasn't a doctor. Warren was a nature and wildlife photographer. When he'd first told her about his line of work, Samantha had snorted, thinking it was a euphemism for being unemployed, just like her own so-called career as a lifestyle blogger. But he genuinely was a photographer, with pictures in legitimate art galleries, glossy magazines, and even those coffee table books she assumed were an endangered species. But people still bought coffee table books, he'd assured her, and he had the royalty checks to prove it. "Color me enlightened," she'd said. and they'd flirted their way to a second date. Tonight would be their third. Now he moved through the crowd like a trickle of milk, the white of his shirt glowing pristinely amidst the tropical flower-printed shirts and Navajo stripes. Was he wearing a suit? Yes, he was. And not just a suit, but a tuxedo, complete with a black bow tie. Samantha felt underdressed in her spaghetti-strapped orange sundress. He reached her near the bar, and as she leaned in for a kiss, he missed it, because he was looking over her shoulder. He gave the bartender a puzzled look, and then a friendly nod. Samantha pulled back quickly and busied herself with finishing her drink. "Nice tux," she said. "You must really love Cinco de Mayo." She was practically shouting to be heard over the music, which was mariachi from an album. The watering hole wasn't exactly a live band sort of venue, not unless you counted the old cowboy who abused a ratty guitar until someone paid him to stop. Warren gave her an eyebrow raise and an enigmatic smile. "What's with the tuxedo?" she asked over the music. "Are we going to the opera after this? Or what passes for theater in Owl Bend?" She wondered if he'd been late because he'd been setting up something romantic for her. Again, he gave her only an eyebrow raise and a sly smile. He wasn't very chatty tonight. Something near Samantha's hip vibrated. It was her phone in her purse. As she reached for it, Warren began patting the pockets of his black tuxedo jacket as though he was also receiving a call. She pulled out the phone and frowned at the caller ID, which read Warren Jameson. "Can't find your phone?" she asked Warren. "It's because whoever's got your phone is calling me." He gestured for her to go ahead and answer the call. She turned toward the bar, plugged her left ear with a finger, and shouted, "Hello?" The muscular bartender came toward her, eyebrows raised in earnest. She politely waved him away and rolled her eyes at her phone. Someone spoke on the other end of the call, but she didn't catch the words. "Hello?" she said into the phone again. "This is Samantha Torres. Are you looking for Warren? You'll have to talk louder. I'm in a noisy place." The voice was male, deep, and professional. "Ms. Torres, this is Deputy Sheriff Robichaud. I need to speak with you about Warren Jameson." She looked up and caught the eye of the bartender. He was busy shaking a martini, but gave her a concerned look, his small brown eyes full of pity. She blinked and gave him a small headshake. "I'm fine," she thought. "Everyone, stop looking at me like that. Save your pity for someone who needs it, because I'm fine." "Warren Jameson?" she repeated. "Do you want to talk to him? He's standing right behind me." The caller was slow to answer. His voice pitched up higher than before, incredulous. "Did you say Warren is there with you?" "Yes. We're at the watering hole, as you might have guessed from the mariachi music. Did you say you're a cop? Hang on." She turned around to hand Warren the phone. He could talk to this guy and give him whatever ransom he wanted to return the phone or not. Either way, it wasn't her business. Warren was gone. He should have been easy to spot in the crowd with his bright white shirt and bow tie, but he wasn't there. She gripped the phone tightly and demanded, "What's going on?" "Ma'am, did you say you're at the watering hole? I can be there in 5 minutes." "What's going on?" He answered, "I'd rather talk to you in person. Stay right where you are until I get there." She was already pushing her way through the crowd toward the exit. "It's too loud in here. I need to get out." A sombrero struck her in the face at eye level. She blinked before the worst of it, but now her eyes were watering. Robichaud said, "Do you know where the sheriff's office is? It's right across the street. I can meet you there." Sure. She reached the door and stepped outside. The air was much cooler than it had been an hour ago. What had Warren said when they'd first met? Colorado nights are made for cuddling. His dark eyes had twinkled with the promise of fun. Something black and white flashed at the edge of her vision. She whipped her head fast enough to startle a trio of 20-something girls approaching the bar. They giggled nervously. The man on the phone asked, "Ma'am, do you see it? The door will be locked, but I'll be there in 2 minutes." "I'm crossing the street," she said. "And stop calling me ma'am. It's Samantha." There was a pause, and she thought she could hear him swallow. His voice was thick and sweet, with surprising tenderness. "Samantha, I can stay on the line with you, if you'd like." She reached the gray building, the sheriff's office that she'd seen before but never had any need to visit. Her right eye was still watering from the sombrero. As the muted noise from the bar receded behind her, she heard the sound of her own breath and how it caught in her throat between exhale and inhale. Each gasp sounded more desperate than the last, and her head hurt terribly, like the partitions around the office cubicles in her mind were being rearranged. The voice was in her ear again. "Samantha?" "I'm here," she said. "I'm just going to sit on this bench until you get here." "I shouldn't be on the phone while I'm driving," he said. She let out a tiny snort. "I won't tell anyone." "I'm turning onto the street," he said. "I see you now. You're wearing a red dress." "Orange. Close enough." She stood and waved at the approaching vehicle. Its police lights were flashing, but the siren was off. Something else caught her eye. She stopped breathing. Across the street, Warren stood still, the white of his tuxedo gleaming in the streetlight. He saw her, but he didn't move toward her. The police vehicle pulled up in front of the sheriff's office. The door opened, and she heard the rustle of someone coming toward her, but she didn't take her eyes off the figure across the street. She waved for Warren to come over and join them. Someone touched her elbow and shifted in front of her to block her view. "Ms. Torres? Who are you waving to?" There was nobody across the street. Down at the end of the block, the old cowboy with the ratty guitar rounded the corner, the drunken weave of his stride making him take irregular steps. She turned to look into the eyes of Deputy Sheriff Robichaud. "Is he in trouble?" she asked. "He's so late." She felt like she'd been asking the same question forever. "Ms. Torres," Robichaud said gently, "Warren Jameson is dead. There was an accident. I took his phone, and I'm notifying his next of kin. You are his girlfriend, right?" She blinked. "There was an accident," he said. He kept peering into her eyes, looking for something. "Why don't you come inside for a cup of coffee?" She leaned to the side and looked once more across the street at the last place she'd seen Warren. Robichaud mirrored her movements, shifting his body to keep his face in front of hers, as though he might blot out the darkness across the street. Her voice came out in a croak. She didn't ask how, or where, or why, but only, "Did he suffer?" Robichaud's lips flattened for a second. "I don't think so," he answered. "Let's go inside." She nodded mutely and followed him into the sheriff's office. He flicked on the lights. The brightness stung her eyes. Chapter 2. After her interview with the cop, Samantha Torres returned at midnight to the place she'd been staying. She'd been at the log-framed rental long enough to feel settled, yet not long enough to think of it as home. Calling a place home when it wasn't didn't seem right. And calling someone her boyfriend when he wasn't didn't seem right either. But Samantha hadn't corrected Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud. He'd referred to Warren as her boyfriend repeatedly. "Your boyfriend must have climbed along the ridge to get a better angle for his photos," he'd said. "And your boyfriend might have slipped on some loose gravel." She hadn't corrected him, and said that the man she'd met once at the park and had one coffee shop date with wasn't her boyfriend. It had been surreal to hear the cop say, "Your boyfriend fell to his death during the thunderstorm at approximately 3 o'clock this afternoon." At 3 o'clock that day, 9 hours earlier, Samantha had been lying in the cabin's bathtub with a cloth on her forehead, debating her two choices: never drink again, or crack the cap off the new bottle and splash the headache away. She'd come up with a third option: sleep it off and celebrate with tequila later under the socially acceptable cover of Cinco de Mayo. The holiday celebrated an unexpected victory of an 1862 battle in which the Mexican army won a fight with the French, despite being smaller and ill-equipped. That was how Samantha felt. Smaller and ill-equipped compared to whatever life threw at her. According to the cop's assessment, Warren's skull had lost a battle with some rocks at the base of a cliff. Funeral services would be held. She had no idea when. He lived with his aunt, who was probably, at that very minute, explaining to a confused Robichaud that Warren didn't have a girlfriend. Samantha's hand shook as she filled the kettle with water. Tea. It was midnight, but she had to make tea. People in shock needed tea and blankets. The rustic cabin had plenty of blankets, most of them scratchy and woolen, and she just needed tea and a single shot of gin to stop her hands from shaking, and another one to keep it company. She poured the liquid down and then quickly washed the glass and her hands as though hot soapy water was the cure for sin. While she waited for the tea to brew, she walked through the one-bedroom cabin and drew the curtains closed. Owl Bend was in the banana belt of Colorado, a patch in the southeast corner of the state, at the eastern edge of the Rocky Mountains. The area enjoyed less snow than the rest, and more than 250 days of sunshine per year. Tomorrow would be sunny. The sparkling lake awaited, as did the hiking trails through the national parks, and the horses that the nearsighted resort manager promised were friendly. Everything awaited. She got her tea, grabbed a blanket, and huddled into a corner of the couch. Something flickered at the edge of her vision. She turned her head slowly. Warren was back. He stood in the cabin just inside the door, as though he'd simply walked in through it. He began loosening his tie as he walked toward her. His shiny black shoes made no sound on the wood floor. "You shouldn't be here," she said. The anger in her voice surprised her. "Sorry," she added softly. "I guess you can be wherever you want to be." He gave her a sad look and pointed to the couch. She drew her knees up and her feet toward herself, tucked the blanket in around her legs, and gestured for him to take a seat. Warren, or his ghost anyway, sat next to her and continued loosening his bow tie until it was undone. He unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of his tuxedo shirt and relaxed. She asked him, "Do you know what happened to you?" He winced and used one fist to mime being struck. His eyelids fluttered and then closed. The ghost didn't speak, so she asked, "Was it an accident? What were you doing?" He shrugged and gave her an enigmatic smile. Then he shifted his position on the couch, a movement Samantha could have sworn she felt, and gazed into her eyes. He had a facial expression that was both curious and satisfied, as though he was dying to know everything about her, yet confident they had all the time in the world. She leaned forward, picked up her tea, and immediately dropped it on the rustic pine coffee table, spilling tea everywhere. She hadn't dropped the mug. The handle had simply sheared off, and the thin piece of ceramic was as light as styrofoam in her hand. The mug, which was chipped and scratched from what appeared to be decades of use, had chosen that particular moment in time to come apart. She fitted the two pieces together, marveling at how something could be whole one moment and broken the next. She turned to Warren, who had an amused look on his face. He pointed to his skull, as if to say he and the mug had something in common. Both were now broken. But the mug could be glued back together, and he could not. Not even with all of Humpty Dumpty's men. "Now what?" she asked. He stretched his arm out along the back of the couch and nodded, inviting her to rest her head on his shoulder. She wanted nothing more, so she closed her eyes and leaned in. With her eyes closed, she felt a warmth that couldn't be real, and a hand stroking her long black hair. She fell asleep that way, drifting off, while the tea finished draining from the coffee table to the wood floor with its rhythmic drip-drop. Days passed, and the ghost stuck around. Samantha asked Warren if he had unfinished business, and he only shrugged, as if to say her guess was as good as his. He died on the 5th, and they buried him on the 11th of May. Did he want to attend the funeral? A headshake, no. Should she go? Maybe meet his aunt and friends? Another headshake. Should she call a psychiatrist? Or maybe an exorcist? He wrinkled his nose. No, she wasn't crazy. Not at all. She just had a ghost in a tuxedo who came and went after dark. On the 15th, she was picking up groceries in town when something in a thrift store window caught her eye. It was a Ouija board. The copyright notice on the instructions was over 20 years old and claimed the spirit board was for entertainment purposes only. She bought it, making prolonged eye contact with the woman who rang up the purchase, daring her to say something about it. The woman bagged the game with no comment. Back at the cabin, Warren was nowhere in sight. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it wasn't unusual for him to be absent. He preferred the hours after sunset. She ate an early dinner of grocery store pasta, set the Ouija board on the dining table, and napped on the bed. She woke up after sunset, disoriented and stiff in the neck, her bladder full. She searched the cabin for him, even whipping back the shower curtain in the bathroom. Was he trying to scare her? That wasn't like him. She usually sensed him a minute before he arrived. Then he'd enter the room near the doorway, just like a living person. She packed up the Ouija board and its cheap plastic planchette, then buried the box in a hall closet, under a dusty stack of jigsaw puzzles. 5 minutes later, she returned to the closet and pulled out a 1,000-piece puzzle featuring fuzzy yellow baby chicks. She'd just sorted out all the edge pieces when Warren appeared by the front door. "And here I thought you'd moved on," she said. "At least you're in time to help me with the very important task of putting these chicks back together." She expected him to join her at the table, but he remained by the door. When he caught her eye, he jerked his head, inviting her to come outside with him. "I'm sick of looking at the stars," she said. "They're pretty, but they don't do anything." He mimed putting his hands on either side of an imaginary steering wheel. "I already went to town once today," she said. He mimed taking a drink. "Good idea," she muttered, and she went to the fridge's upper freezer compartment for ice. The freezer door suddenly slammed shut on her. Warren stood in front of her, his dark eyes blazing. She'd never seen him like this. "I guess you really want to go out," she said. He nodded. Her makeup was smeared from the nap, so she excused herself to freshen up. As she fixed her hair, she muttered to herself, "You've really lost it, Samantha. This is a whole nother level. I can understand the whole ghost thing. Who wouldn't want a handsome boyfriend who's a great listener? But this? Now this figment of your imagination is turning on you, making you do things. This can't be good for your sanity." She had half a mind to get in the car, ask the navigation computer for the nearest hospital, and drive herself right to it for a psych evaluation. Did they even take people for seeing spirits? It wasn't the same as hearing voices. Warren wasn't telling her to do stuff. Not in words, anyway. She finished getting ready and came out of the bedroom, prepared to tell him they were going to a hospital. But then he looked her up and down, smiled, and brought his fingers to his lips to blow her a refined kiss. "Magnifique," he mouthed. Charmed by his attention, she climbed into the driver's seat of her rental car. He slid into the passenger seat when she wasn't looking. He caught her eye and used his finger to draw a pretend mustache on himself and then on her. The movement was familiar, but it took a moment to place it. "The watering hole?" she asked. "You want to go back to where we were on the 5th of May? Where I was?" He nodded and smiled, all charm. He spent his career working as the man behind the camera, but he could have just as easily been on the other side, modeling or acting. As they drove to the tavern, she asked him a dozen questions. Where did he go when he wasn't with her? Why did he want to go out for drinks when he was usually content to stay in the cabin? Was he upset about her buying the Ouija board? How had he slammed shut the freezer door? As usual, he ignored all the questions. He leaned his head against the passenger side window and then right through the glass. He kept his head there for a while, his gaze on the stars and his ears outside the car, away from her questions. Fine, she could take a hint. She stopped asking questions and tried to relax. It had been 10 days since Warren's untimely death. Surely she could loosen up and enjoy having a drink at the watering hole with his ghost. Inside the rustic tavern, the Cinco de Mayo decorations had been taken down, but the place still retained its southwestern charm. Blinking chili pepper lights hung from the roof timbers, along with a piñata or two. The musical entertainment that night was just the jukebox, and the crowd was much thinner than it had been on the 5th. But the laughter and fermented scent of beer in the air immediately put Samantha into a relaxed mood. She walked straight toward the bar, making eye contact with the bartender and giving him a smile, but then she abruptly stopped and turned toward a table in the corner. She hadn't tested Warren in front of other people, but she guessed they wouldn't be able to see him. If they noticed her talking to an empty chair, getting checked into a mental ward might happen, whether she wanted it to or not. When the waitress, a tired-looking Hispanic woman of about 40, came by, Samantha ordered her least favorite beverage, a microbrew beer with a hoppy flavor. "Because I'm driving," she explained to Warren once they were alone. "You wouldn't want me to drink too much and crash my car." She picked up a warped coaster and fidgeted with it. "Unless that's something you want to have happen. Is it?" She didn't dare look up into his eyes and read his expression in case it was true. "Do you want me to die and be your ghost girlfriend?" She finally looked up. He was staring at her as though she'd said something utterly stupid. She snorted. "I suppose if I have some weird death wish, there are easier ways to accomplish it." The waitress returned with her beer and 2 fresh coasters. She set one in front of Samantha and one in front of Warren, who appeared to be surprised. "You can see him?" Samantha asked, pointing at the handsome ghost in the crisp tuxedo. "Who?" The waitress glanced around, then looked at the second coaster. She snatched it up quickly. "Sorry," she said. "I thought you were talking to someone, or maybe you said you were meeting someone." She gave the area above the coaster a furtive look, clutched a gold coin-sized charm on her necklace, and walked away quickly. "That was eerie," Samantha said to the ghost. "Can anyone other than me see you?" He didn't seem to be listening to her. He was staring intently at someone. His eyes moved as he watched someone move around the bar. Samantha turned her head and followed his gaze. He was staring at the curvy, red-headed woman who'd been there 10 days earlier, drawing mustaches on people with a black felt-tipped marker. She'd given Samantha a mustache on her finger that had taken 2 days of showers and washing dishes to wear off. "What's going on?" she asked. Of course he didn't answer. "Do you want me to talk to that woman?" she asked. That he heard. His eyes widened, and he nodded. "Talk to her about you?" He held his hand over his heart and tilted his head to the side. "Fine," she said with a sigh. "I'll go talk to some strange woman in a bar. It beats sitting here in the corner, talking to myself." Chapter 3. Samantha Torres was a striking, raven-haired beauty who'd been chatted up by men in bars countless times. Being on the receiving end of so many unwanted advances should have given her insight into how to approach the redhead, but she found herself feeling small and ill-equipped. "Hi," she said, gripping the back of an empty chair to give her hands some purpose. "You don't have your pen tonight, do you?" "I'm in the mood for a finger mustache." The redhead, who'd been checking her lipstick in a compact mirror, snapped the compact shut and gave Samantha a curious look. "What?" The music from the jukebox was playing, but not loud enough to drown out Samantha's words. The redhead had simply not understood Samantha's awkward conversation opener, and why would she want to? By the way her cleavage was thrust up in the center of her V-neck blouse, she was looking for the attention of a man, not a 35-year-old lonely woman who consorted with ghosts. Samantha glanced over at her own table, where Warren sat in his ever-present gleaming tuxedo. He gave her a nod of encouragement to keep going. "You and I met on Cinco de Mayo," Samantha explained, careful to keep her smile large and her hand motions small and non-threatening. "You were drawing on people's faces and hands." The redhead wrinkled her freckled forehead. "Sorry about that," she said coolly. "I thought it was the kind of pen that washed off. I didn't know." Samantha smirked. The woman must have been getting complaints for days from all the people whose swirling mustaches were more durable than expected. "You were just having fun," Samantha said. "People need to lighten up, right? Life is for the living." The redhead leaned back and gave her an appraising look. Samantha did the same. The woman wasn't the 40-something she'd first estimated, but probably closer to the mid-30s range, like Samantha. She'd been wearing heavy makeup that accentuated the few small wrinkles at the edges of her eyes, but tonight her face was nearly bare and more youthful. She had a bulbous nose and one eye was smaller than the other. Yet she had a wholesome look that could be described as pretty, and her body looked sporty, like the stereotypical farmer's daughter. The song ended, and there was a lull as the jukebox clicked to line up the next song. It was a vintage machine, possibly older than the tavern itself, that played vinyl singles. As the next song, a Beatles classic, started, Samantha extended her hand and introduced herself. "Tony," the redhead said, spelled with an I, like Toni Collette, the actress. The name was familiar to Samantha, but she couldn't summon up an image of the actress or what movies she'd been in. It wouldn't hit her until much later that night, when she was brushing her teeth and chatting to her ghost boyfriend, that the actress Toni Collette played the mother of the boy who saw ghosts in the blockbuster movie The Sixth Sense. The realization would stop her cold as she grasped for deeper meaning and found none. For now, though, the name simply gave her a shiver of discomfort. "Tony with an I," Samantha repeated. You can call me Sam for short, if you'd like, just not Sammy." "Why not?" asked Tony playfully. "Was that the secret pet name some old boyfriend used to call you?" Samantha inhaled some saliva by accident and began to cough. Tony used her foot to push the empty bar-height chair away from the table and told Samantha to take a seat. Tony turned and called for the waitress to bring some water. "No, make that sangria," she corrected. "A medium-sized pitcher." She turned back and asked, "You like sangria?" Samantha looked over at the barely sipped bitter beer at her old table. "That sounds great." She glanced around. "Am I in somebody's seat? Are you meeting someone tonight?" Tony shook her head. "That wouldn't be appropriate. I'm in mourning." She reached inside the shoulders of her V-neck blouse, which was a dark plum color, and adjusted her bra straps, jiggling her cleavage. "I should be wearing black, but this is the darkest color I own." She wrinkled her bulbous nose, enlarging her nostrils. "Redheads shouldn't wear black, not unless they live in New York City." "I'm sorry for your loss," Samantha said. The waitress arrived with the pitcher of sangria and 2 glasses. She checked that Samantha was finished with her beer, poured their first 2 glasses from the pitcher, and left them to their conversation. Tony looked off into the distance and said wistfully, "Warren was such an amazing man. I don't know if I'll ever get over losing him." Samantha nearly choked a second time on the sangria. She recovered and asked, "You knew the man who had that accident? The photographer who fell off the cliff?" "We were dating," Tony said. She leaned in and whispered, "We were in love. I was carrying his baby when he died, but my grief was just too powerful, and I lost the baby." She sniffed and dabbed a napkin at the corner of one eye and then the other. Samantha turned to give Warren a dirty look, but he was gone. She scanned the bar and didn't spot his tuxedo or his lying, cheating face. He'd told her he was single, hadn't been on a date or touched a woman in over a year. They were going to have some words tonight when she got home. He could pantomime an explanation for how he'd impregnated Tony without touching her. "Warren was so talented," Tony said. "I can barely doodle, but I just know our child would have been an artistic genius, and we would have been so happy together." Samantha sipped her sangria and let the sweetness soften her mood. It had been Warren's idea for them to meet on May 5th at the watering hole, in the most densely populated venue in all of Owl Bend. If he'd been keeping his relationship with Samantha a secret, it wouldn't have stayed that way for long. "Forgive me for asking," Samantha said. "Were you planning to meet Warren here on the night he died?" Tony pursed her lips around her straw and pretended to drink her sangria. Samantha could see she wasn't really drinking it, because the red liquid only went part way up the straw and stopped. "What an odd thing to do," she thought. "This woman is nuts." Tony finally pulled away from her drink and started stirring the contents vigorously. "Stupid strawberries," she said. "A chunk is stuck in the straw. Don't you hate that?" She tossed the straw on the counter in disgust. Samantha chided herself for jumping to conclusions about the woman's sanity. Who was she to judge? She would be going back to the cabin tonight to snuggle with a ghost. After draining her glass, Tony said, "Warren didn't like crowds. He preferred his solitude and nature, so I wasn't expecting to see him that night." "Did he know you were going to be here?" Tony wrung her napkin and dabbed at her eyes again. "Don't think I haven't been over that day in my head a million times. We had a fight the day before, actually. I wanted to come here and be part of the celebration, just like I've done every year since they let me in with my fake ID. She held her hand to the side of her mouth and whispered, "I was only 17, but I matured early, if you know what I mean." "So Warren knew you were going to be here?" The redhead nodded vehemently. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Cinco de Mayo is my third favorite party. The second is New Year's Eve, and my top pick is Halloween. How about you?" She grinned and used the pitcher to refill both of their glasses. "What's your favorite, Sammy?" She made a playful, shocked expression and covered her mouth. "I mean, Sam," she corrected. Samantha's mind went blank. Not only couldn't she think of her favorite holiday, but she forgot Tony's question entirely. Her mind was doing the partition shifting thing again. She blinked and looked around the bar. The chili pepper lights overhead flickered hypnotically. Red and green, red and green. She was hot, and she was freezing, too. "Caitlin!" Tony yelled, waving at someone behind Samantha. "Caitlin! Woohoo! Over here, girl! I've got a table." Given that fewer than a third of the tables were currently in use by patrons, having a table didn't seem like much to be proud of. Samantha remembered what the bartender had said about Tony on the night of the 5th. She can be enthusiastic. A chair scraped on the old wood floor, and they were joined by a third woman, a blonde in her early 20s. She was introduced as Caitlin Winters and touted as the most famous person in Owl Bend. Samantha shook Caitlin's hand and apologized for not recognizing her. "Are you an actress?" Samantha asked. Caitlin snorted cutely and waved her hand. "Just a reporter," she said. "Radio and TV. I do the local coverage for stuff, unless it's big enough for the bigger stations to send in their own people. Honestly, I hope we never get our own airport. Being 2 hours away from Pueblo is basically my job security." "That sounds like an actual career," Samantha said. She'd meant to say fun career, but the sangria had made her honest. Nothing made her feel like more of a fraud than meeting someone with a real career. The other two women took her comment as a joke and laughed. Samantha was about to ask Tony what she did for work when the waitress returned with another glass and an even larger pitcher of sangria. "Courtesy of Charles," the waitress said. Samantha had been studying the younger blonde's expression and saw a flash of rage cross her face. She recovered quickly and handed the third glass back to the waitress. "Could I get a pear cider instead?" She wrinkled her nose, which was tiny and adorable. "Allergies." Tony twisted at the waist and scanned the bar, stopping when she spotted a short man with a crisp part in his black hair. She waved and shouted, "Thanks for the drink, Charles. I owe you a dance later." The man gave her 2 thumbs up and climbed onto a bar stool. Samantha silently admonished herself for staring, but she couldn't help it. Charles was very short, and she was trying to determine if he had a form of dwarfism or was just short. She managed to look away before drawing a conclusion. She had a female cousin with dwarfism and knew better than to gawk. She turned her attention back to the women, who were discussing famous trios that contained a redhead, a blonde, and a brunette. "There should be 2 brunettes," Caitlin was saying, "because there are so many more women with brown or black hair in the world, and then there would be more roles for women of color." "But anyone can dye their hair or wear a wig," Tony said. "Most of the time, the redhead isn't a real one anyway. I bet you can't name 5 actresses who are genuine redheads. I bet you can't even name one redhead actress who isn't the daughter of Ron Howard." "Nicole Kidman is a real redhead," Caitlin said. Tony snorted. "I'm not sure she's human, let alone a redhead." Caitlin turned to Samantha, fluffed her blonde hair across her forehead, and said, "Here we go with the alien conspiracy theories. You might want to run away from this table while you still can." Samantha glanced around for the person she'd arrived with. For the moment, she'd forgotten he was a ghost and made up the excuse that he was probably in the adjoining room playing pool with the other men. She relaxed forward, leaning her elbows on the table, and encouraged Tony to go on about her conspiracy theories. For the next 2 hours, Samantha enjoyed the utterly normal yet rare experience of making new friends as an adult. She learned about being a local community news reporter and artfully deflected questions about what she did for a living, as well as why she'd been staying in a lakeside cabin the last few weeks. She was having such a wonderful time, she all but forgot about Tony being romantically involved with Warren. Besides, even if he had been cheating on her with Samantha, now that he was dead, it was a moot point. The truth could stay buried, along with his body. The trio laughed and drank, and even danced for a few of their own jukebox choices. At the end of the night, the muscular bartender flicked on bright fluorescent lights and barked at them, "You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here." Giggling, they stumbled out the door and into a waiting taxi. Samantha noted the location of her car and made a mental note to come back for it the next morning. They dropped Tony off first at an apartment building not far from the main streets of town. Caitlin's house was the next logical stop, but she insisted on riding with Samantha up to the cabin, saying she wanted to see the lake in the moonlight. "It's a popular spot for kids hooking up in their cars," Caitlin said. Samantha giggled. "But I hardly know you, Caitlin," she sputtered. Even the taxi driver laughed. When they reached the cabin, Caitlin walked Samantha up to her door. They stood on the porch in the dark. The taxi driver turned off his headlamps so they could look at the lake in the moonlight. "I guess it is beautiful," Samantha said. Something bat-like flapped overhead, and in the distance an owl hooted. "I've always loved this place," Caitlin said. "Did you know it used to be a summer camp for kids?" That would explain the lack of, luxurious amenities. They call it a resort, but it's really just a glorified campground, isn't it? With a giggle, Caitlin said, "What more do you need? You've got trees, walking trails, a boat launch, and enough hot water for a 3-minute shower. This place is paradise. It might be heaven." Or purgatory, Samantha thought to herself. After a moment of taking in the moonlit view of the lake, Caitlin turned to Samantha and said, slurring her words slightly, "Listen, I have to tell you something about Tony. About Tony with an I. She actually told me a lot before you joined us." "Tony's nice," Caitlin said slowly. "Yes, and?" "That's all," Caitlin said, drunkenly pretending to zip her lips. "She's nice, and she means well." "Sounds like there's something you're not telling me." Caitlin turned and started down the steps. She slipped on the first one and slid the rest of the way down on her bottom. The taxi driver jumped out to help get her upright. Caitlin shook them off like a champion. "It's all good," she said. "It's all good, man." She stumbled to the taxi and gave Samantha a wave goodbye that was nearly big enough to knock her over again. "Good night, gorgeous brunette," she yelled, and she got into the taxi. A minute later, she rolled down the window and whisper-yelled, "What I told you is a secret." "Caitlin, you didn't tell me anything." "Very good," Caitlin replied, with a note of admiration. The taxi pulled away, and Samantha let herself into the cabin. She would be puzzling over the mystery of Tony the rest of the night, and well into her dreams. Chapter 4. May 16th, 10:16 a.m. The cabin. The sun was streaming in around the edges of the curtains when Samantha awoke with a start. She was late for the meeting. She smoothed down her hair, washed her face, and set her laptop on a stack of books on the student-sized desk in the cabin's one bedroom. Despite not wanting to stare directly at the sunny view in her hungover state, she opened the curtains anyway. The strong light would wash out the telltale shadows around her puffy eyes. Her friend Hilda looked surprised to see her on the video call. "Sam!" she exclaimed. More formally, she asked, "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Hilda was American, but she'd been watching a lot of period dramas from the BBC lately. She was 2 years younger than Samantha, and she looked it today, all fresh-faced and glowing in the California sun. Samantha replied archly, "You forgot our regular weekly meeting?" "We haven't, yes, I suppose I forgot. How are you, hon?" Behind Hilda, a bearded man appeared in the room and asked who was on the screen. It was her husband, Ricky. He'd put on a few pounds and looked older than Samantha remembered. How long had it been since her last visit to L.A.? It felt like about 1,000,000 years. Hilda said something to him in a hushed tone and shooed him away, but not before he leaned in to say, "Hey, Sammy." He was gone again before she could call him one of her pet names, such as Rickster or Rickaroony. Samantha snuck another book under the laptop to hide the pesky double chin that only appeared during webcam chats. "How do you feel about salad dressings?" Samantha asked her friend and blogging partner. Hilda held up both hands to frame her face. "Love," she enunciated. "Love salad dressings. Tell me more." "I was thinking of doing a piece that hits all the sweet spots." She counted off on her fingers. Diet, crafts, gifting, gardening. Hilda didn't look convinced by the pitch so far. "That's what you've been thinking about out there in Colorado?" "Of course," she answered. "I took some test shots the other day at a picnic table near the lake. The pictures will be perfect." Her friend switched gears. "Speaking of pictures, how are things going with that nature photographer?" "Great," she lied. "He took me out last night and introduced me to a couple of locals. Obviously, they were utterly charmed by yours truly, and we're BFFs for life." As she joked, flashes from the night before came back to her. Tony talking wistfully about hanging in there for a second chance at true love. Caitlin hinting about some great secret she knew about Tony. Warren looking sad later that night when he tucked her into bed. "I want to meet him," Hilda said, leaning left and right, as though she might be able to see more than what was visible on her computer screen. "Haul him over here so I can get a look at the fella." "He went out for bagels. Sorry. What's his name again?" "I think I saw something the other day about a wildlife photographer in Colorado, and the name seemed familiar. Warner or something. Or Wayne." "Hello?" Samantha tapped her laptop to jiggle it. "Hilda, you're cracking up. There must be a delay on the connection. I gotta hit the washroom anyway. Talk later. Bye." She waved at the camera jerkily and quickly shut down the window. 4 hours later, Samantha was at the picnic table near the edge of the lake, taking photos at different angles. A dozy hornet flew in and hovered over the spinach salad. "Action shot," she said to herself, and took the photos anyway. The hornet hovered at a photogenic angle, so she took a few more. These pictures wouldn't run with the main article on her and Hilda's lifestyle blog, but Samantha could make a few extra dollars selling them to a stock photo site. "Look at me," she murmured as she zoomed in on the hornet. "I'm a nature photographer, just like you, Warren." She hadn't seen him that day, but had decided he was always around in some form. It beat talking to herself. From behind her, a female voice came. "Who are you talking to?" Samantha whirled around, bumping the tripod with her hip and nearly knocking over the pricey camera. It was red-headed Tony, wearing large sunglasses and a wide-brimmed straw hat to keep the Colorado sunshine off her pale skin. "I wasn't talking to myself," Samantha lied. "I was giving instructions to my model, who is a hyper-intelligent spinach salad." Tony leaned over the place setting on the red-checked tablecloth. "Looks like a regular salad to me." She smacked her lips. "And now I'm hungry." "Great. I'd try to eat this salad, but I know all about you food stylist people and your tricks. Those bacon bits are probably chopped up shoelaces." Close, Samantha said. They're soy bits. She gave the camera a spin to pull it off the tripod and snapped a candid shot of Tony before she could escape. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat the salad. I'm done taking photos. Everything's edible, I swear. The only food stylist trick I used is substituting diced red peppers for tomatoes. Tony looked undecided, so Samantha pulled out the colorful charger plate and used the salad fork to split the meal in half. She straddled her way onto the picnic table's bench seat and took a bite. The dressing was spicy, infused with the popular local green chili. Tony hiked up her all-white country girl sundress and took a seat on the other side. She wore pointy-toed western boots in a russet tone and had a lightweight denim jacket draped over her shoulders. "Green chili," she said. "Nice touch. It wouldn't be a local dish without it. Plus, I hear it's a great cure for hangovers," Samantha added lightly. Not that two refined ladies such as ourselves would ever imbibe too much and give ourselves hangovers. "Of course not," Tony laughed. As they ate, Samantha vaguely remembered their conversation the night before and inviting the redhead to come visit her at the cabin sometime. She hadn't anticipated it would be so soon, but the timing was okay. "This tastes as good as it looks," Tony said. "You're a woman of many talents. It's a shame you didn't meet my Warren. He was a wonderful photographer, and the man could talk your ear off about light and shutter speeds." She pushed her sunglasses up her nose, her eyes hidden behind the dark lenses. "Me, I'm more of a point-and-click sort of gal. Low maintenance." Samantha bit her tongue. In her experience, women who claimed to be low maintenance were typically the opposite. People liked to cling to untruths. At her first job, back when she was a naive 16, Samantha had worked for a woman who claimed to be easygoing in the same breath she used to yell at the busboy for dribbling a few ounces of soapy water on the tile floor. That same summer, working at the resort, she'd also observed that people who used the word just when ordering, "I just want a plain bagel, no butter," always wanted more than they asked for, like for human society to rewind back to another time when people were more mannered, food wasn't so gosh darned fancy, and children were seen and not heard. Tony chatted amiably about the salad, futile attempts at dieting, how sunny it was, and how hungover she felt from their sweet sangria the night before. Samantha smiled and nodded, her thoughts pleasantly relaxed and freeform, like formless clouds passing through a blue sky. She liked herself so much more when she wasn't alone. So why did she spend so much of her socializing time looking forward to going home again? Lunch ended abruptly when Tony took a sip of the red drink and spat it out on the ground with a cough. Samantha lurched forward with a handful of napkins, apologizing. "That's not juice," Tony said, "and it's not even cold." She made a disgusted face and rubbed her hand on the checkered tablecloth. "And why's my hand greasy?" Samantha dug around in her supplies for a bottle of water and handed it to Tony. "You'll be fine," she said. "It's just water with food coloring, all food safe and edible. The ice cubes are plastic, and the condensation on the outside of the glass is this." She showed Tony her spray bottle of WD-40. The household lubricant was commonly used by food photography stylists to create stable, realistic condensation on the outsides of drink glasses. It should wipe right off. Tony shook her head, chuckling, and wiped her palm with the napkins. "I suppose warm water with red food dye is better for me than all those drinks you were pouring down my throat last night." Samantha faked an indignant, shocked gasp. "Why, I never!" "How are you feeling, anyway? Are you up for a hike?" She searched her mind for an excuse and found nothing except, "I don't have any hiking boots." Tony leaned over to look under the picnic table at Samantha's footwear, a pair of sturdy, if not clean or attractive, running shoes. "Those will do just fine," she said. The two women cleaned up the picnic table and chatted for a few minutes with some children staying in one of the other cabins. The kids were catching frogs by the lake and insisted on showing off all of them. After a quick visit to the cabin to put away the photography equipment and food, the two were on their way up the mountain. They'd been walking steadily uphill for 20 minutes when Samantha finally asked, "Where are we going? And do we have to go this fast?" Tony stopped and walked over to the woods. "We can catch our breath here." She sat on a fallen tree, which was bench height, and took off one red cowboy boot and then the other. "My stupid socks keep riding down and bunching up. If I pull them up to my knees, do you promise not to laugh?" Samantha gave her head a serious shake. "I'm afraid I can't promise that." Tony took off her sunglasses and squinted up at Samantha, smiling broadly. In the sunshine, her blue eyes were as bright as the big sky above. "It's such a relief to laugh," Tony said, "especially on a day like today. I'm really glad you could be here with me for this." "What exactly are we doing, besides sweating off last night's sangria?" Tony's expression grew serious. Her oblong nostrils flared, and she pulled her sunglasses back on in a protective gesture. "We're going to look at the view," Tony said flatly. "Warren's last photograph before he died." She paused, pursing her lips before adding in a soft, vulnerable tone, "When we get to the cliff, promise you won't let me stand too close to the edge." "Sure," Samantha said, and she watched silently as Tony pulled her socks up to her knees, shook out the boots, and pulled them back on. They were going to see the cliff that killed Warren. Perhaps the men of the hour would even make an appearance. Chapter 5. The peak of the trail was not the top of the mountain, but it was the highest point they could reach without rock climbing equipment. Tony had been quiet for the last 30 minutes when she broke the silence. "That's it?" She sounded disappointed. Samantha stood next to her and took in the view. As she looked over the lake and the valley, she understood why Tony sounded let down. As far as views went, it was a typical southeastern Colorado vista, but that was all. Just an average view from an average trail. Certainly not worth dying over. "Imagine the storm rolling in," Samantha said. "It would have been more spectacular with big dark clouds and lightning strikes visible for miles." "I guess so," Tony said glumly. She abruptly crumbled down into a sitting position on the dirt ground and began tugging at her boots. She was very flexible, possibly double-jointed, and in her lack of concern for getting her white dress dirty on the ground, she reminded Samantha of a small child, just a kid, trying to make sense of a confusing world. Tony yanked off her boots and the knee-high socks, which she stretched out on the ground next to her. She lay back on the dirt and grass and pulled her straw hat over her face. Her voice muffled by the hat, she said, "You can head back any time if you don't want to wait for me." "There's no rush," Samantha said. "You're an angel." "Well, I'll be here. Take as long as you need." Tony thanked her, but the words barely registered over the ones echoing in Samantha's head. "I'll be here. Take as long as you need." Who said that? She tried to remember, but found the memory had been painted over, hidden. "I'll be here. Take as long as you need." She left Tony to her contemplation, or grieving, or whatever it was. More words echoed in her head. "You can get high, or you can get low. I'll be here. Take as long as you need." She explored the area, kneeling in the grass to take some photos of wildflowers using the camera on her phone. The area where Warren Jameson had spent his last earthly moments looked like most of what she'd seen on her walks, daisies and black-eyed Susans dotting the ground between blue spruce, cottonwood, juniper, maple, and aspen. She took more photos, including a few surreptitious shots of Tony, still flat on the ground. Then she tiptoed to the edge and looked down at where Warren might have drawn his final breath. A dark patch on the ground below caused her to gasp. Blood, her mind screamed, but it was only a shadow cast by a nearby bush. The cliff face itself formed a boundary at the back of someone's property. To the far left and right were fences. Away from the cliff, the ground was green, lush-looking, and kept short by two goats who were currently patrolling the premises. A dog caught her eye as it let out a curious bark. The softness of the bark in the distance startled her. Not the noise, but how far away it sounded. The ground was a long way down. Samantha stumbled back, away from the edge. "What are you doing?" asked Tony. She was standing again, already wearing her socks and boots and dusting off her ruffled skirt. "That was the dog who found him," Samantha said. "It's a collie, or maybe an Australian sheepdog. Hard to tell from here. It's the one who barked and let the property owner know about the accident." She wanted to stop talking, but she couldn't keep herself from stating the obvious. That's the dog who found Warren. It was barking, and finally they came outside, and first they thought it was just upset because of the storm and the lightning, but then they found him. Tony had her sunglasses on, but Samantha could feel the weight of her stare behind the lenses. "Yeah," Tony said flatly. "I heard about that. You seem really fixated on these details. Care to share anything with me? Such as how she'd been dating the woman's boyfriend before he died?" "No, not really. Just curious," she said, and sorry for your loss." Tony tugged both of her socks up another inch and started walking down the trail. "We've all got plenty to be sorry about," she said. Samantha was sure the woman meant something by it, but didn't inquire, pretending instead to be fascinated with some tiny pink flowers next to the trail. A moment later, Tony stopped and pointed to a blackened tree stump. "That's new," she said, and she rubbed her fingertips on the charcoal, staining them. "Must have happened on the 5th of May, because it hasn't rained since, and I haven't seen this before." Samantha's mind raced ahead, drawing conclusions before she'd even formulated the questions. "Do you think lightning?" She swallowed and forced the idea into words. "I mean, it could have hit Warren, right?" Tony shrugged, took a step back, and kicked at the charred stump with the toe of her red cowboy boot. "Wouldn't he have been burned?" Samantha struggled for words. Yes, he would have been burned. Had he been? Robichaud hadn't told her much, and she hadn't gone to the funeral. Had it been an open casket? She looked at Tony, but couldn't ask. Tony pulled off her sunglasses and looked at her. Tony's smaller eye looked even tinier than the other, squinting in the afternoon sun. The small eye was higher, too, like a woman in a cubist painting. Had Warren loved her? How could he have expected to get away with cheating on her in such a small town? Every question tugged out more questions, like a chain of scarves coming from a magician's pocket. "You look like you've got something to say," Tony said. "Spit it out." Samantha shrugged and looked around. "I knew Warren," she said. "Well, I didn't know him, but we met when I was taking some photos in town, and he stopped to ask me about my camera." Tony's eyes narrowed to slits. "He could be friendly like that," she said, "especially to girls like you. The like you seemed to be dripping with something." "What's your point?" Samantha's shoulders were already raised quite high, but she lifted them even more. Her voice came out in a squeak. "Just that he seemed really nice." She let her shoulders drop. Tony took off her hat, leaned forward to fluff her red waves, then whipped her head back and tossed the hat on like a professional. Exactly like a professional. And in that gesture, Samantha saw it. Tony was, or had been, a stripper. Tony made a clucking sound, as though telling a horse to speed up, and continued walking down the trail toward the cabin. "He didn't kill himself," Tony called over her shoulder. Samantha rushed to catch up and fell in stride. "Are there rumors it was a suicide?" "Probably. You hear all sorts of things in a town like this." They kept walking, their strides still matched. They were the same height, the same in many ways, except Samantha, with her brown skin and black hair, was the dark molasses ginger snap to Tony's sugar cookie. She wondered if Warren had also been dating a blonde, just to make it a varied trio. When she'd asked the ghost about other women the night before, he'd feigned innocence. Tony continued. "Warren was a good man. Even if he'd been suicidal, and he wasn't, he wouldn't have left himself as a mess for someone else to clean up, you know? Maybe the accident did have something to do with the lightning strike that burned that tree. Maybe I'll come back here again with a hatchet and take vengeance on what's left of its stump." She let out a semi-joking, maniacal laugh. Samantha coughed and forced out a chuckle in agreement. They walked in step for a mile before Tony spoke again, asking, "Why are you staying here anyway? I can think of more exciting places to be." Samantha rubbed the fingers of her left hand. "A person's got to be somewhere," she said vaguely. She kept rubbing her fingers. There was an itch beneath the skin she couldn't get to, and she had the bizarre idea of biting her fingers off, choking on them. Too much talk of death. She shook her head to change the channel. "What's the deal with Caitlin?" she asked. "Why didn't she come up here with you today?" "We aren't that good of friends." Tony broke her stride and plucked a tall stalk of wild grass to chew on. "And she's probably busy with work, or busy freaking out about her so-called stalker." "Stalker?" Samantha thought about it for a minute, remembering the small man at the bar the night before. "Oh, you mean that Charles guy who bought us the sangria she wouldn't drink." "Charles?" Tony stopped walking, leaned over, and slapped her knees, laughing. "Charles DeWitt is no stalker, just a standard-issue weirdo. Did you get a good look at him? He's the human equivalent of a pug with his bulgy little eyes." Samantha thought of her diminutive cousin, who had a similar appearance due to a thyroid condition, and refrained from making fun of Charles. Tony, however, didn't take a hint. She went on at great length, comparing him to creatures of both land and sea. When they finally got back to the cabin, Tony offered her a ride into town. When Samantha couldn't figure out why, Tony explained. "Don't you want to pick up your car? You left it at the bar last night." Samantha smacked herself on the forehead dramatically. "They say the mind is the first to go." "Join the club," Tony said as she opened the door of her car. Samantha popped into the cabin and rushed around, getting her car keys and grabbing a light jacket in case the weather changed within the next 10 minutes. In Colorado, it could happen, and joined her new friend in the car. As she slid into the seat, she felt the compulsion to admit to Tony that she'd been on a date with Warren, that she'd even kissed him. But Tony's driving skills were cause for concern, even without the emotional bombshells flying. She crossed her hands in her lap and vowed to let the secret remain buried with Warren. 10 minutes later, they were in the heart of downtown Owl Bend, and the sun continued to shine. They said goodbye, and Samantha located her car parked up the street. The sandwich board for a coffee shop caught her eye, and since she hated to come home from a trip into town empty-handed, she walked in and ordered an iced coffee. On her way out, she bumped into a familiar-looking man in dark, nondescript clothes. It was Deputy Sheriff Robichaud, whom she hadn't seen since the night of Warren's accident. As she looked up into his eyes, which were a muddy green, Memories of that night came back to her, and emotions rushed forth like water through a busted dam. The words had blurred, but his kindness was indelible. How he'd stayed on the phone with her until they were face to face, and then at the sheriff's office, how he'd tried to make her a cup of tea at least 3 times. He looked down at the iced coffee in her hand. It had been topped with whipped cream in a clear domed plastic cap. "Are those any good?" he asked. She was handing the cup to him already. "Try some, deputy. Officer?" "You can call me Dan," he said. "Try some, Dan." They locked eyes, and the rest of the world disappeared. Chapter 6. Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud and Samantha Torres stood face to face within the doorframe of the cafe, the air around them charged with tension. A woman with 4 kids in tow huffed at them for blocking the entrance. Samantha felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. After the intensity of their first meeting, she felt familiar with Deputy Sheriff Robichaud and was treating him the way she would any friend, offering him a sip of her frosty coffee. But through the judging eyes of this huffy-puffy mother of 4, Samantha saw herself as a flirt. She was a raven-haired vixen, twisting her body in the doorway to show off her angles, the way the prostitutes in Amsterdam shift their poses in windows, all Barbie dolls, waiting to be taken from their plastic coffins. What right did she have to be happy, to be flirtatious, when she should be in mourning? She stepped out onto the sidewalk, then to the side, into the shade cast by the striped awning. In that moment, she wished the dark shadows would swallow her up. But Daniel Robichaud had her coffee in his hand, and he was smiling, as though everything was going to be okay, forever. He stood on the opposite side of the front door and took a long, slow sip, making eye contact the entire time. "That's nice," he said, licking his lips. "I'll keep this and buy you a new one." She leaned across the space between them, arm extended. "That's fine. You hardly had a sip." He took a step back and another sip through the straw, emptying it below the ice cube line, his green eyes teasing the whole time. His cheeks hollowed above his square jaw as he sucked through the straw, emptying the drink. She nodded in admiration of his moves. Now she had to wait while he bought her a coffee. He hadn't initiated the maneuver, but he was an excellent improviser. "And I'd better get another one for myself," he said, "for your own protection, so I don't take your fresh one." "You're smooth," she said with a smile. 10 minutes later, they were enjoying a stroll on a cobblestone path next to the river that ran through the small town. "Thanks again for getting me hooked on this stuff," he said of the iced coffee. "With the whipped cream on top, it's surprisingly addictive. We may have to set up a treatment program once we deal with the meth and booze." "Don't forget the gambling," Samantha suggested, "and murder." He was quiet, slowing to kick a loose stone off the cobbled path and into the slow-moving river. "What makes you think we have a murder problem here in Owl Bend?" She felt her cheeks flush again. "Just a terrible joke," she said. "I don't have any friends who are cops." "We're even. I don't have any friends who are magazine reporters from the big city." "Who said I was a reporter?" "You're not?" "I take photos of food and superficial girly stuff, like shoes and handmade ornaments, for a lifestyle blog." "So you're not here to investigate a scandal involving local law enforcement and coffee theft?" Samantha laughed and reached up to sweep her dark hair off her hot neck and shoulders. She immediately dropped her arm when she caught a whiff of her own sweat. She didn't smell awful, but she hadn't freshened up since the multi-hour hike with Tony. She'd only dropped into town to pick up her car, not to have a late afternoon stroll with a handsome young cop who was in civilian clothes, but still carried himself with the stiffness of authority. "Explain your job to me again," he said. And talk slow, like I'm simple." She thought again of people claiming to be the opposite of what they were. Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud was anything but simple. Every gesture and word betrayed him as a man who let little slip past unnoticed. She didn't dare ask, but she guessed that his arrival at the cafe, which had to be visible from his office window up the street, was anything but a coincidence. While they walked, she explained about the business side of blogging for profit. Everything from website traffic reports and search engine optimization of content to affiliate-free revenue and browser cookies. He said he knew all about cookies and IP addresses, thanks to some experience investigating cybercrimes. The conversation shifted to his work, the highs and lows, the heartbreak of seeing the victim of abuse take the worst route out of a bad situation, and the thrill of seeing at-risk kids grow beyond their circumstances and pay it forward within the community, helping others. He explained how he had once been one of those at-risk youths. When his father lost his job at the steel mill, he'd been 15 and just as angry as his old man. While his father had crumpled in on himself, young Danny Robichaud lashed out at anything resembling authority. He was headed for an early grave and wouldn't be walking God's green earth now, except for a fortunate drowning. Samantha asked, "Since when is a drowning fortunate?" They'd reached a standstill, unconsciously walking slower and slower as his story got more dramatic. He glanced around, as though worried about someone overhearing him. He looked her straight in the eye and said, "Since I saw something that night." "Something?" She gave him a sidelong look as a chill ran up her spine. "This isn't something I want repeated." He bit his lower lip and looked pensive. "I probably shouldn't be blabbing to you, but I can't resist your nosy reporter ways." She snorted and rolled her eyes, pretending to be less interested in the secret than she was. "If you want this off the record, it's off the record." She knew enough about real journalism to say the phrase with some authority. "Off the record," he said, both of them at a standstill and staring directly into each other's eyes. 3 people on funky-colored single-speed bicycles whizzed by. "Samantha, I died that night. I was dead for several minutes before the paramedics revived me." "That's not too scandalous," she said dismissively. "You were in icy water. It's not something I'd sign up for, but young people have lasted longer." He nodded his head forward and gave her an eyebrow raise, as if to say the good part was yet to come. "I saw angels," he said. "And I know what you're going to say next. You'll say people report seeing a guardian angel all the time after near-death experiences, that it's a hallucination brought on by changes in the brain." He blinked and glanced at the river momentarily, then back to her. The muddiness in his green eyes was gone, and they were bright and vivid, emerald, like the eyes of a dragon. He continued, "But I saw multiple glowing figures. I was floating above the water, and I saw 2 of them, leading the paramedics right to my body." Samantha sensed it was the appropriate moment to say something, and not that she was currently dating a ghost boyfriend. She simply said, "Wow." "Wow is right," he nodded. "After I compared notes with the paramedics, and I knew things I couldn't have known. My body was under the water, but I repeated back to them the exact words they'd called out to each other when they were searching for me." "You were a ghost," she said. He frowned, creasing his unlined forehead in a manner it didn't seem accustomed to. "I don't think of it that way, because I'm alive now, and ghosts belong to the realm of the dead." She stepped back, smiling, and looked him up and down. "You seem very much alive to me. No body parts falling off or anything." He swished his mouth and looked across the river. He took 3 steps away, off the path, and started collecting pebbles. He turned his back to her and threw the stones at the water. Each one skipped farther than the previous. Samantha sidled up next to him. She could sense a raw emotion radiating from him like heat. He'd opened himself up to her, and now he regretted it. Her flippant remark about rotting body parts hadn't helped. "That's a cool story," she said softly. He didn't look at her as he kept chucking the pebbles, his biceps rippling under his short shirt sleeves. "It's just a story," he said dismissively. She reached out to put her hand on his arm, but stopped just short of touching him. Something across the river caught her eye. Was it Warren Jameson wearing his tuxedo, the white shirt practically glowing in the late afternoon sun? No, it was just a black and white collie jumping to catch a frisbee. A gust of wind ruffled the long grasses and wildflowers along the riverbank. Her arms got goosebumps. She took a step back from Robichaud and pulled on the light jacket she'd been carrying around, draped over her arm. "Yeah," Robichaud said, as though responding to something spoken aloud and not just the tension. "I should be on my way as well." She nodded back in the direction they'd come. "I'll walk you back to your office. My car's right by there." He bunched up his shoulders and stuck his hands in his pockets. "No, you go on ahead. I'm just going to check on something in the opposite direction." "In the opposite direction of wherever I am," Samantha thought. "Sounds good," she said, and she started walking away. As she walked, she clenched her fists and fumed over how touchy some men could be. Women were open about their feelings constantly, just on the off chance someone might listen. But men? They had a one-strike rule that just wasn't fair. She heard footfalls behind her. Robichaud was running to catch up. "I'm so sorry," she gushed before he could say anything. "I didn't mean to be insensitive. Trust me, I'm very open-minded about such things." He gave her a perplexed look, as though he'd moved on and forgotten the whole thing already. "Never mind that," he said. "I'm actually glad I ran into you today, because I wanted to ask you something, just a follow-up question." "Shoot." "How well do you know Tony Winters?" She slowed her pace but kept walking. "The redhead?" "I'm confused. I thought Caitlin's last name was Winters." "It's a big family," he said. "Tony's the one who dropped you off by your car this afternoon. The two of them are second cousins." "So you were spying on me from your window." He almost smiled. "It's not spying if you're looking out the window and someone happens to walk by." She rolled her eyes. "I guess I don't know Tony that well if I didn't know her last name. Last night was the second time we met. Why do you ask?" "Like I said, just a follow-up question. Did you happen to see Tony on the 5th of May?" "I did. Right before I got the phone call from you, actually. She drew a mustache on my finger." "And that was the first time you met her? Or saw her? You didn't see her anywhere else earlier that afternoon? For example, up at the lake where you're staying?" Samantha shrugged. "Not that I noticed, but there are always people around, especially by the boat launch." She turned to watch his expression as she asked, "What's going on? Is there something about her I should know?" "Just that she's not quite what she appears to be. I'd keep your distance if I were you, at least until this whole thing blows over." "What thing? Is there an investigation?" His green eyes widened. "Who said anything about an investigation? I'm just suggesting that if you meet with Tony Winters, you do so only in a public place." "Or what?" He stopped walking and glanced around. Sunset was still hours away, but the riverside didn't seem as warm and sunny anymore. He hadn't answered her question, but she pressed on with another one. "Is Tony a stripper? Is that why you don't want me hanging out with her?" "That's not why." "Fine. Be mysterious. Can I ask you something about Warren Jameson? Was he struck by lightning?" Robichaud's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Lightning? What makes you say that?" "Was he?" "No." He shook his head. "No lightning. It was the fall that killed him. But that's all I can tell you. Something's going on. I know it. You wouldn't be acting like this if it was just a normal accident." He gave her a pained expression, as though he had secrets that were pulling him apart. "Listen, Samantha. Keep your phone nearby. Give me a call if you ever need help." He dug in his pocket and handed her a crumpled business card. She already had one from the night they met, but accepted it anyway. "I'll add this to my collection," she joked. He said, "If you don't see me around town, you can always give me a jingle just to check in or talk about stuff." "Sure," she said with a sigh, growing tired of his guarded cloak-and-dagger routine. They parted ways, and this time he didn't run to catch up with her. She picked up a few more groceries at the nearby store, including some fresh local seasonal produce, arugula, blueberries, snap peas, plus some luscious red early cherries, and drove back to the cabin. Samantha poured a drink and took a seat in the rocking chair on the wrap-around veranda to wait for nightfall and the return of Warren. She nodded off and woke up to find him watching her from the foot of the stairs. She clutched her hand to her pounding heart. "You scared the heck out of me." He gave her a sweet smile of apology, but didn't approach. He stayed where he was and looked down pointedly at the dirt. She had so many questions that he wouldn't answer, but she could look at him more carefully. What could she learn about his death? Had he been struck by lightning? He didn't seem to have any signs of burns on his body. His hair didn't look singed. But then again, his head didn't look crushed from a fall either. He looked perfect. No blood or bruising. What was he so fascinated with on the ground? Groaning, she eased out of the wood rocker and down the front steps. There in the dirt was a woman's barrette with fake pearls affixed in 3 neat rows. She immediately recognized the barrette as belonging to Caitlin, the pretty blonde community reporter. Warren gave her a knowing look. Oh, he knew something, all right. But exactly what it was he knew or was trying to tell her, she still had no clue. They went inside the cabin. She poured drinks for both of them, drank hers, and then helped Warren with his. She made a joke about it that felt very practiced. He frowned, silent as always. An hour later, she asked, "Are you jealous about me talking to that cop?" He feigned indifference, but she knew better. "You're one to talk," she said, "stringing along your little red-head stripper while you tried to woo the new girl in town." His expression gave away nothing. He might as well have not even been there for all he was giving her to work with. Later, when she was getting ready for bed, she said, "Maybe I'll call up Deputy Sheriff Robichaud. Daniel. Dan. Good old Danny boy." She took out both of his cards and arranged them on the bathroom counter. Warren rolled his eyes and went to the bedroom, where he stretched out on his side of the bed. A moment later, she turned off the lights and joined him, trying to believe he was real. Chapter 7. Samantha dreamed of Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud that night, and the next night. They were walking along the river together, holding hands, surrounded by glowing figures. In the last one, Robichaud had been pushing a stroller, and the child inside was brand new and yet very old, an ancient soul who'd walked the earth 1,000 years ago as Samantha's distant ancestor. That soul had known hers and Robichaud's in another land, another time. She woke up at dawn Wednesday morning in a cold sweat. The dreams had felt so intimate. The lingering feelings of love and acceptance made her feel incredibly guilty, as though she'd been cheating on someone, breaking a vow. That morning, she puttered around the cabin until 10 o'clock, then drove into town for food and supplies. Because the unincorporated village of Owl Bend was, in Samantha's grandfather's words, barely bigger than a drop of bug spit, she wore a hat and sunglasses to keep from being spotted by Robichaud. She wasn't avoiding him exactly, but she preferred to delay their next interaction as long as possible. She was in the store, browsing aimlessly and trying to avoid looking like an alcoholic, when the bartender from the watering hole walked up and said hello. He was either going to or coming from a workout. He wore a sporty orange shirt that was so bright she'd briefly wondered if he had a day job directing traffic around construction sites. "Hey, you," she said in greeting. "Fancy meeting you here, outside of your natural habitat." What the heck was his name? It was Italian or Irish or something. "I'm Samantha," she said. "Finn Bruno," he said, raising his eyebrows knowingly. "Right," she said, nodding. Finn Bruno, Irish and Italian. At least her bad memory hadn't stopped working completely. "Samantha, do you need some help picking out a bottle of wine for dinner?" He grinned, which made his face look less like a top-heavy triangle. She gave him a more careful look than she had during their interactions at the bar. Maybe his jaw wasn't so narrow after all. It just looked relatively skinny, above his wide, muscular shoulders. "You're too late," she said of the wine, and she proceeded to fib about how she'd already selected 2 nice bottles from local Colorado wineries. The bartender complimented her on her excellent taste, made a joke or two about the marketing of wine, and then took her on an informal tour of the store's liquor selection. She'd planned to simply grab her 2 bottles of gin and leave, but she found herself enjoying the company of Finn Bruno. He was just as easy to chat with when he wasn't behind the bar. He amiably helped her finish her shopping and followed her through the checkout, where she had to buy the wine she had no intention of drinking. Finn purchased some sports drinks, trail mix, and gourmet cookies, which he immediately opened to offer her one. "But you only have 6 cookies in there," she protested. "Take one," he insisted. "It's bad enough I'm going to eat the other 5 on my drive to the cog rail." "The what? Cog rail?" She followed him out of the store and over to a bench. They sat in the shade of the awning, where she ate not just 1, but 2 of the fancy cookies from the white bag. Finn explained to her that he was heading up to a rack and pinion rail, also known as a cog rail, in Manitou Springs, near Colorado Springs. It was a special kind of rail line for steep mountain grades, where the trains are fitted with cog wheels, or pinions, that mesh with the rack rail. "Like the gears in a clock," Samantha said excitedly. "That sounds so cool. Does it make a scary noise?" Finn gave her a sly look. "Why don't you come with me and find out? I'm heading there now, and the drive's not much more than an hour." He gave her a boyish smile. "My truck's right across the street, and I'm ready to go now. You're welcome to come with me, assuming you don't have other exciting plans for a Wednesday afternoon." Samantha thought about her not-so-exciting plans of sneaking back into the store to buy gin and return the wine. A warm breeze played with her hair. It really was a beautiful day. Suddenly, the idea of sightseeing felt like a much more appealing option. She said to Finn, "I'd love to, but there's just one problem." She reached into her grocery bag and pulled out the box of ice cream sandwiches that were already melting. "Those will go great with the cookies," he said, and then he laughed, which sealed the deal. She crossed the street with Finn, climbed into the passenger side of his truck, and immediately sent a text message to Hilda, letting her know where she was going and with whom, just in case. Hilda sent a funny reply, prompting Samantha to ask Finn, "Promise you aren't kidnapping me for a ransom?" He snorted a laugh. "Just hand over the ice cream, and nobody needs to get hurt." They reached the parking lot for Pikes Peak Cog Railway just in time to board the next train heading up the mountain. Finn paid for their tickets and the parking, with the promise he'd let Samantha buy the donuts when they reached the peak. They boarded the Swiss-built rail car and began the ascent. Much to Samantha's amusement, Finn Bruno turned out to be an expert on the subject of cog trains, animatedly explaining how the diesel-electric engines powered the traction motors for the ascent and how the engines would be shut off for the descent when the traction motors worked as generators, harnessing the kinetic energy for the next trip. Finn grew quiet once the conductor began his own commentary, using a microphone to be heard over the whirring engine and cog noise. The conductor entertained the nearly full car with a light patter about the scenery and what funny things the surrounding sedimentary formations might resemble. They reached the summit of Pikes Peak at an elevation of 14,110 feet, right on time for lunch. As promised, Samantha bought the donuts. Finn ate two and groaned about needing to fit in an extra workout later that week. "At least it's my cheat day," he said. "Cookies, ice cream, and donuts," she said. "If I see you eat one more sweet, I might have to arrange an intervention." He shrugged and held out his hands. "We all have our vices. How about you?" "These donuts," she said, reaching for another one. They finished lunch and walked outside, joining the other tourists. Half of them seemed more interested in the trains than the landscape. The air at that elevation was thin on oxygen, and Samantha found it unsettling to have to breathe harder just to take a stroll. Finn and Samantha silently enjoyed the Colorado view and took some candid photos before boarding the rail car once more. On the trip down, the landscape reversed, turning back from red rocks to green trees. The whole trip was completed in just over 3 hours, including an adequate 40 minutes at the peak. Back in the truck again with Finn, Samantha was quiet. Truth be told, the two had run out of casual conversation fodder back at the peak, and the date had been, literally and figuratively, coasting downhill since then. They drove back in silence. About 30 minutes from Owl Bend, Samantha glanced around the truck for a tool she might use to get into one of the bottles of wine sitting in her grocery bags at her feet. Finn had a metal box on the seat beside him. She reached over casually and started to flip open the latch, but Finn noticed and snatched the box away. "I guess you're really bored by me," he said, teasingly but with a touch of bitterness. "Did your new friend Tony tell you I'm boring?" Samantha was taken aback and a little alarmed by his sudden shift into acrimony. She stammered an apology and explained, "I was just wondering if you had a screwdriver, or maybe an awl in there, that I could use to get us some of that wine." He stared straight ahead at the road. The metal box was on his lap. "Thanks for the offer, but I can't have an open bottle of liquor in my vehicle." She apologized again and pulled out her phone to check in with Hilda. She texted their approximate location and the estimate she should be back home within an hour. Finn broke the silence. "Samantha, I'm the one who should apologize. You're a lovely woman, and I'm the one with the problems." "Oh?" She didn't want to know, but she'd been raised to be polite and let people talk about their problems. Her mother had laid out the rules time and again. The point of having friends wasn't to burden them with your problems. Friends and family were a gift because they gave you someone else to think about, someone to care about besides yourself. Being a good listener kept the ego from getting out of control. Other people didn't know this secret, though, so you had to be patient with them. Allow the unburdening and let the pain pass through you. Pain was a wild animal, not to be held in a fenced yard or a house or a shoebox or a heart, where it would only do damage. Finn was silent for a moment, eyes on the road, as he flexed first one bicep, then the other in rhythm, the thick muscles pulsing under the tight orange shirt. Finally he said, "Tony and I used to date." He flicked his eyes over briefly. "I guess I haven't gotten over her. I was hoping maybe you'd put in a good word for me." "Sure," Samantha said quickly, agreeing almost before he'd finished making the request. "But I don't know Tony that well. We've only seen each other a couple of times at the bar, and then we had lunch and a hike." "A hike?" He sounded incredulous. "Since when does Tony go for a hike? She must really like you to agree to hiking." "Oh, it was all her idea. She wanted to go up to where her boyfriend had the accident." Samantha's throat closed up, and she was unable to elaborate. It had hurt to refer to Warren as Tony's boyfriend, and it was likely just as painful for Finn to hear. Her mind jumped immediately to a darker thought. Was Finn jealous? Was it possible he took action to hurt Warren? Finn snorted. "I wouldn't exactly call him her boyfriend. She didn't even go to his funeral. I was there and I didn't see her." "They were sort of on again, off again?" As she waited for a reply, her eyes moved down to the metal box on his lap. What was in there? Finn pressed the steering column lever to spray washer fluid on the windshield and switched on the wipers to clean the bug splatters. The tiny carcasses quickly wiped away. "Enough about the past," he said with an air of finality. "Looking forward is so much better." "Sure," she said cheerfully, eager to change the topic. "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" He chuckled at the question, which had been her intention. "Hopefully, I'll be in business for myself," he said. "I'm talking to some people right now." His voice took on the fake enthusiasm of a salesman. "I was thinking of buying into one of those locked room franchises, but the outfit I talked to first wants too much of the long-term earnings. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's a room where you lock people in and they have to solve a puzzle to get out." "I'm familiar with the concept," she said, smiling. She'd been to a locked room event once, covering it for the blog. She'd been disappointed to find it was just a series of logic puzzles done under a time constraint. She'd expected it to be as much fun as a murder mystery dinner party, but how could it be without any costumes or funny characters? "Yeah, well, they're profit machines," he said. $30 a person, 10 people at a time, that's $300, and the costs are very low." She laughed. "Plus you get to lock people in a dungeon. Who doesn't love that?" He turned his attention from the road to give her a pained look. "But they want you to lock them up," he said. "They're asking for it." She held her hands up. "It was just a joke," she said. He abruptly hit the brakes and cranked the wheel to the right. She squealed and reached for a handhold. "Gas station," he said. "It's always a few cents cheaper here than in the Bend." He pulled up to the pumps. "I'm going into the store for some water. Do you want anything?" She shook her head no. What she wanted was to stay in the truck and get a look inside the metal box, which she would do as soon as Finn was out of sight. Chapter 8. As soon as Finn Bruno was inside the gas station store, Samantha reached over and opened the metal box he'd been keeping away from her. She didn't know what she'd expected to find, but it wasn't a bunch of plastic G.I. Joe men. She took a handful of the little guys out and gave them a closer look. They weren't army men, but knights and elves and goblins. Some were cast metal and others were plastic. Most were painted. Mixed in with the figures were multi-sided dice, pens and pencils, what appeared to be graph paper, and 2 coiled measuring tapes. She stuffed the figures back in and closed the lid. A minute later, Finn emerged from the store in his glowing orange shirt and climbed into the truck. He looked at the metal box and the bench seat between them, raised an eyebrow, and started the truck. "Okay, so I'm a giant nerd," he said. "I know you saw my gaming kit." She gave him a tight smile. "I may have snuck a peek." "I don't play Dungeons and Dragons anymore. I was using that stuff to map out my own designs for my escape rooms." "That's actually really smart," she said, and she meant it. The graph paper and figures could be used for planning all sorts of scenarios. "Thanks," he said, smiling. "You're a good listener, Samantha. Did you ever work as a bartender?" "Funny you should ask. When I was little and my friends wanted to play house, I always wanted to play bartender." "That's adorable," he said, steering the truck back onto the main road, heading back to Owl Bend. "Before you get any ideas, you should know I grew up in a dry house," she said. "The only drinks I served my friends were Tang and milk, usually mixed together." He pretended to gag. For the rest of the drive into town, they talked about the best and worst things they'd ever had to drink. Finn's worst was the same as the best, a mix he'd made of the leftover booze from his parents' parties. "I swear, most times it was better than sangria. Add a little grape juice, some ice, and you're in business." He grimaced and stuck out his tongue. The only downside was the occasional cigarette butt. Samantha groaned as a long-forgotten memory bubbled up. She'd also sipped ashes by accident, though it was in college. They got back to town, where she pointed out her little rental car, and he pulled up right behind it. He got out and helped her with her groceries, even though it was only 2 small bags. 3 trucks in a row drove past, prompting Finn to say, "Rush hour in Owl Bend." They faced off awkwardly, and she wondered if he was going to try to kiss her. She didn't want him to. He was nice enough, and seeing his nerdy elf warrior figures hadn't actually been a turn-off, but her gaze kept darting up the street toward a certain deputy sheriff's office. Finn Bruno was fun, but she found Robichaud much more interesting. "Thanks for showing me around," Samantha said brightly, offering her hand to shake. Finn's face showed a flash of desperation, and then he pulled himself together and shook her hand warmly. They said goodbye, and Samantha pretended to be preoccupied with her phone. Once Finn had driven away in his truck, she returned to the store for the liquor and another box of ice cream bars. That night, Samantha dreamed of Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud again. He was sweating and dressed like a barbarian in a movie, with a thick rope over one shoulder as he pulled a rail car up a mountain. She sat inside the car with the entire town of Owl Bend, and all of them were speaking a language she couldn't understand. As the train climbed higher and higher, the temperature rose when it should have been cooling. The sedimentary rock landscape grew more and more red until everything was on fire. She awoke at 4 in the morning, checked all the doors and windows, and tried to get back to sleep. The bed had turned uncomfortable, so she walked out to the living room and curled up on the sofa, under scratchy wool blankets, with the television tuned to the local community channel. She fell asleep immediately. For the weeks following her day trip to Manitou Springs, Samantha kept a low profile, sticking close to the lake and her cabin. She didn't want to see Finn Bruno and have to politely fend off his advances, and she wasn't sure if Daniel Robichaud had forgiven her yet for being insensitive after his story about guardian angels. Life inside the cabin was perfect, anyway. By day, she wrote blog posts about salad dressings, place settings, and refurbishing flea market antiques. After sunset, her handsome boyfriend came around and kept her company, always listening, never complaining or making helpful suggestions. Her waking hours transitioned more and more to the internet, to a life that was virtual and free of the past. She created brand new social media profiles under the alias SamGirl99 and joined message boards and communities focused on ghosts and the people who see them. She got brave enough to post some details about her current situation, albeit with all identifying details removed. After a few days of politely commenting on various threads on the public forum, she was invited into a private conversation loop headed by an individual calling themselves, hilariously enough, Scooby75. Scooby75 wasn't like the others on the public forum. Instead of demanding Samantha try to get proof, Scooby75 simply accepted that Warren was a genuine ghost. It helped Samantha sleep easier at night, knowing that at least one person believed her. From what she'd learned online, Warren wasn't a residual specter. A residual haunting was more like a recording, a static repeating event. He fit the profile of a so-called intelligent haunting because he could interact with her. According to the expert psychics within the community, the limitations to Warren's communication skills were typical for such ghosts. The fact that he wouldn't play charades and that he disappeared whenever she tried to use the Ouija board were all in line with other people's experiences. Some of them even reported their own ghosts appearing in formal wear. But why a tuxedo? More like, why not? Some posters suggested. Who doesn't want to look their best, even when dead? After several evenings of intense private chatting with Scooby75, the discussion turned even more personal. Scooby75 revealed that she was a woman, also living in the Southwest, and she was concerned that the ghost of Warren was lingering for a reason. What reason? Murder. The word seemed to jump off the screen and send icy shivers through Samantha's gut. Samantha typed a response. He wants to murder someone? Scooby75 replied, I didn't phrase that right. I mean, he was murdered, and he wants you to find the killer. Samantha, I don't think so. Wouldn't he just find a way to tell me who it was? He was there, after all. Scooby75. Sometimes the extreme violence and shock wipes the transition event from their memory. Or, more likely, you need to find the clues and the evidence so the killer can be convicted. You have to look around. Samantha, this is ridiculous. He should be haunting a cop or something. Scooby75, but he chose you for a reason. It's got to be you. Samantha typed an angry response and deleted it, then another, also deleted. This Scooby person was trying to make a fool out of her. It was probably an internet troll who worked as a bank manager by day and trolled fools like her on the internet at night. She closed her laptop and put it in a closet, as though that would create a moat of safety between her and internet trolls, as well as the disturbing notion that a murderer was prowling around Owl Bend. And so what if there was a killer on the loose? She had no ties to the town. She could leave any time, once she got the urge. Most days she didn't question why she was renting a cabin in the middle of nowhere, Colorado. On the days she did wonder, she found only hazy memories and lingering intentions. She'd come there to get away from something, or to find something. What it was, she couldn't remember, or didn't want to remember. It had happened to someone else, someone who wasn't the same Samantha Torres as this one, who saw ghosts and selfishly spewed her private details and problems to strangers on the internet. After a few minutes, she retrieved the laptop from the closet with a sigh. She logged in and picked up the conversation with Scooby75. Samantha, what should I do now? The police think it was an accident. How do I convince them it was something else? There was almost no delay, and then a long message, as though Scooby75 had written her answer long before Samantha had asked the question. She painstakingly explained how Samantha had to embed herself in Warren's life, walk in his shoes, talk with his friends, take his photos, and sleep in his bed. All of that sounded reasonable enough, except for the suggestion she begin sleeping in Warren's bed. Samantha jokingly asked, "What about sleeping in my own bed, with him? He told me once that Colorado nights were made for cuddling, and he's a good cuddler." A moment later, Scooby75 replied, "If this is some big joke you're playing on me, very funny. You can find someone else's head to mess with. I'm out." Samantha apologized, tried to smooth things over, but the other woman was gone. Her green light changed to red. The next day, there was no sign of the woman online, and Samantha began to worry that Scooby75 hated her. Over the next few days of silence, Samantha's worries grew larger. She wondered if Scooby75 was an expert on murderers due to having one in her own life, stalking her. Or maybe she knew about killers because she was one. Samantha's imagination ran away, down dark forest trails, with lightning striking trees ablaze left and right. It took several drinks and the blasting of loud rock music to make the visions go away. The days piled up, and the cabin grew smaller, claustrophobic. She watched the community channel regularly, so she knew the retrospective art show celebrating Warren Jameson's life and photography was coming up on June 5th. With nobody interesting to talk to online, and her awkward encounters with local bachelors Finn Bruno and Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud fading in her memory, going into town for a social event became more appealing. Samantha decided that going out for a change was better than drinking herself into oblivion. Barely. Chapter 9. Samantha got dressed for the 7 p.m. art show, accidentally pulling on the same orange sundress she'd been wearing on the day of Warren's death. She was driving and halfway into town when she realized her mistake and slammed on the brakes. After a few minutes of internal debate, she pulled back onto the road and continued driving into town. Nobody but Deputy Sheriff Robichaud knew what she'd been wearing the day of Warren's death. Even if he was at tonight's art show, so what if he saw her? He was a man, after all. A dress was probably just a dress to him. She pulled up in front of the venue and parked. Another great thing about Owl Bend was the ample parking and no paid meters. The art show was being held inside the town's original fire hall. It had been turned into an art gallery and community center 20 years earlier, when the new modern fire hall went up. Warren Jameson had served as a volunteer firefighter and was well known to the local first responders. Inside the old fire hall, the mood was surprisingly festive. The laughter and conversation of over 100 people bounced around the building's lofted walls. Samantha ducked her head down upon arrival. She headed toward the guest book without making eye contact with anyone. Something orange flashed nearby. It was the bartender, Finn, but he hadn't noticed her yet. As she was finishing signing her name, she was greeted by an approaching woman. "You're Samantha Torres?" Samantha looked up to find a woman she immediately recognized as Warren's aunt. They'd never met, but the woman had been in several of the photos in Warren's online portfolio. He'd even used his aunt as a model a few times. She didn't have the youth or figure for stepping out of a lake in a dripping bikini, but she was a great model for wearing polar fleece and setting up a tent for camping. Wendy Jameson was 55, with the same brown eyes as Warren, white-streaked hair, and a build that could be described as sturdy. Samantha gave the stout woman a sidelong look. "Have we met before?" She knew they hadn't, but it was what she said in such situations. "My nephew mentioned your name once or twice." The woman reached out a mannish hand. "Wendy Jameson. I'm Warren's aunt. He was back in town and living over my garage right up until the accident." She shook her head. "Poor thing. Such a waste." They shook hands. The older woman's palm was cool and moist. "Sorry for your loss," Samantha said. "He seemed like a wonderful man." Wendy gave her a tight smile and fidgeted with her black and white hair, which was frizzy at the tips, like a grown-out perm. "My nephew never mentioned how beautiful you were," Wendy said. "You weren't at the service, were you? It was so busy in there, and I was running around like a madwoman, but I'm sure I would have remembered you." "Sorry I didn't go," Samantha said. "To be honest, I didn't know your nephew that well. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. Is she here?" Wendy sucked in air, making a hissing sound. "You must be mistaken," she said. "He had many friends who were girls, always did, but no girlfriend. Not for a few years. He liked someone for a while, but she wasn't worthy of someone as good as my nephew." Samantha wondered if that someone was Tony. "Was this person living here in Owl Bend?" she asked. Wendy scowled. "Unfortunately. She should have gone off to the big city when she had her chance. She could have left this town and been a big star." Her eyes glazed over, and briefly she had the expression of a baby, simultaneously frightened of and fascinated by the world. Samantha took a step back and rubbed her bare forearms. Wendy had the same eyes, but none of the warmth or charm of her nephew. "Nice to meet you," Samantha lied. "And you, of course." Wendy sucked in air again as her attention darted around the lofted space. "When Warren told me about you, Samantha, I had such high hopes. You are the Samantha Torres who's here doing stories about Colorado for a magazine, aren't you?" It's a blog. When the word blog drew only a confused look, she explained. "A blog is sort of a magazine on the internet." "Oh, I know what a blog is," Wendy said with a small snort. "You and I should really get to know each other better. It's too noisy in here, and I've got about 1,000,000 people to talk to, so I have to run off. But we should get together, maybe for a girls' night out." She looked Samantha up and down before walking away, folding into the crowd, saying what sounded like, "So pretty. Oh, Warren, she's just so pretty." Samantha waited until the odd woman was long gone before she took a normal breath. Warren had mentioned being able to buy his own house, but choosing to stay with his aunt to help her through a difficult time. The memory came back in a rush, and she saw Warren's forlorn expression as he explained how his aunt was always coming up with crazy stories. A few times she'd come to believe a local woman was her long-lost daughter, given up for adoption years before, but she was delusional. Wendy Jameson had never been pregnant, let alone given birth. She'd been born without internal reproductive organs. The fantasy of a long-lost child reared its head from time to time, usually during times of stress. It was a coping mechanism, a distraction. "Champagne?" A very short man with bulging eyes was offering Samantha a flute of bubbly champagne. "We're here to celebrate a man's work, after all." Samantha accepted the glass of champagne and took a calming breath before sipping. She didn't want to appear eager, though she was dying for a drink. She looked down at the short man and introduced herself. "Charles DeWitt," he said, shaking her hand. "My mother had de good looks, and my father had de wit." She couldn't help but smile. "Nice to meet you, Charles. I wish I had a pun prepared. I don't know what to say about Torres, except that it's a common surname and it means towers." "A common name for an uncommon beauty," he said. On a man taller than 5 feet, it might have come across as smarmy, but Charles DeWitt was almost cute. "Are you a friend of Wendy's?" "We just met, actually." His eyes widened, making him look more like a pug than ever. "Consider yourself lucky," he said in a conspiratorial tone. "That woman is, as the kids today say, cray-cray." He nodded solemnly and whispered, "Crazy." To her surprise, Samantha felt protective of the woman. Perhaps because she'd been spending her evenings with the ghost of the man being honored at the party. If anyone deserved the mantle of cray-cray, it was her. "Wendy Jameson has been through a difficult time," she said in the woman's defense. "Sure," he snorted. "Maybe she shouldn't have pushed her nephew so hard." She gave him a sidelong look. Her imagination finished his sentence in her head. Off that cliff. Maybe Wendy shouldn't have pushed her nephew so hard. Off that cliff. Was Charles implying something? "Did you know Warren personally?" Charles asked, his eyes wandering down to focus not so discreetly on her midsection. "We worked together on some photos," she lied. "Work, work, work." He tore his eyes off her body and glanced around at the nature and landscape photos on every wall. "It's good to work. It gives one purpose." She glanced around, looking for an escape. Across the room, an orange-shirted Finn Bruno made eye contact with her and raised an eyebrow. She quickly looked down at her shoes and wished she hadn't left the comfort of the cabin. Charles was still talking, carrying on the conversation. "I work with Caitlin Winters, you know. We're really good friends, practically BFFs. She's going to stop by here later tonight if she has time." Charles kept staring at Samantha's dress, as though he could see through the orange fabric to her navel. He licked his lips and continued. "Caitlin's a very busy girl. Busy, busy, busy. But she really should take the time to come and show respect for the work of a great man." He finally dragged his gaze back up to Samantha's face, and his expression turned innocent. "Have you talked to Caitlin? Did she say she would be coming?" "I'm afraid I don't know about Caitlin's plans." Samantha reached into her purse and pulled out the pearl-dotted barrette that the blonde had dropped at the cabin. "Except I do have this, which I'd like to return to her." Charles snatched the barrette from her hand greedily. His fingertips were moist, like those of a child who'd been sucking them. Samantha recoiled and stepped back so quickly she spilled some champagne from the flute onto her hand. "I'll take care of this," Charles said. "I'll give this to Caitlin when I see her. If not tonight, then tomorrow at work." He clutched the barrette as though it were a talisman. "Thank you," Samantha said through a clenched smile. "See you around." She ducked her head and turned, offering no further explanation. She guessed that any specific excuses would be twisted into a reason for Charles to continue the interaction, running to fetch her a napkin or another drink or a plate of food. She walked away from him quickly, made a visual on the front door, and excused herself through the packed crowd until she got outside. In the darkness, a few feet away, someone struck a match and lit a cigarette. She turned to see two boys in their late teens smoking at the edge of the brick building. They saw her looking their way and offered her a cigarette. She hadn't smoked in years, not since she'd quit to break the habit of drinking and smoking. She heard a voice in her head. "Sammy, if you must smoke, at least do it somewhere I can't see you." Who'd said that? Something flickered at the edge of her vision. Warren? No, he wasn't there. It wasn't night yet. The sun was still above the roofline of the town's buildings. She turned back to the boys and told them she'd love a cigarette. The two teens laughed with their mid-puberty deep voices and fought playfully over who would be the one to light the pretty lady's smoke. As she took her first full drag, she heard someone calling her name. Chapter 10. Caitlin Winters, the young blonde who worked as a community reporter, was walking up the sidewalk toward the fire hall building. "Samantha, that is you!" Hi, Caitlin. Samantha turned, keeping her hand with the cigarette behind her back. It's pretty crowded in there. I'm just heading home again now, but it was nice to see you. You can't leave yet, Caitlin pleaded. If I'd known somebody fun was here, I would have been here right at 7. Samantha grinned at the compliment. She was somebody fun in Caitlin's eyes. It was the nicest thing she'd heard in weeks, due to being holed up in a remote cabin with a mute ghost. There are other fun people inside, Samantha said. I'm sure you know half the people in there. More like 3/4, Caitlin said with an eye roll. Hey, you dropped a barrette at my cabin last month when the three of us were doing our best impression of Sex and the City. I gave it to your BFF, Charles. She giggled, even though it wasn't terribly funny. He seems very loyal. Caitlin wrinkled her nose. Loyal, sure. Charles DeWitt is loyal like a bad infection. Samantha dropped the cigarette she'd been holding behind her back and discreetly crushed it out with her heel. We should get together sometime for drinks, Samantha said. You can tell me all about your exciting work at the community station. Maybe with Tony. She's your cousin, right? Caitlin's nose wrinkled again. A group of people approached the door of the former fire hall, so the two women separated and stepped out of the doorway to let them in. The teenage boys had finished their cigarettes and also went inside. Once they were alone again, Caitlin asked, How about just the two of us? Do you have plans for Wednesday night? I've got the whole day off, so I'm going to clear out some closets. You should come over in the evening. We can have dinner, and you can stop me from going online and shopping my credit card into oblivion. I've got 2 bottles of wine I can bring, Samantha said, unless you prefer tequila. Just bring your fabulous self. Caitlin pulled a card from her pocket and wrote her address and driving instructions on the back. They agreed on 7 o'clock Wednesday, which was in 3 days, and that Samantha could bring wine, but just 1 bottle. Samantha wished her an enjoyable time at Warren's art retrospective and then drove home, smiling the whole way. That night, when Warren appeared after dark at the cabin, she said, Happy now? I'm getting out and meeting people. You like that, don't you? He nodded, yes. He was happy now. Happy she was getting to know people in Owl Bend. They sat in peaceful silence together for a while before she asked, Is this your big plan? Are you trying to make me move here permanently? Warren gave her an innocent look and a half shrug. He didn't speak, but she heard words in her head. No matter what happens, please know that I only want what's best for you. Did you say something? He gave her the innocent look again and put his ghost arm around her. If she closed her eyes, she could feel the comfort of his love. They'd been dating over a month now. She wasn't crazy to think it was love. I love you, too, she said. She didn't open her eyes to see his reaction. June 8th, 7:02 p.m. Residence of Caitlin Winters. Caitlin lived in a house that was surprisingly large for a young single woman. The home was located 12 miles south of the town limits for Owl Bend on a substantial chunk of land. The house itself was rustic in style, fashioned of huge logs in an A-frame style, with 2-story windows designed to maximize the view of the Colorado mountains. Samantha knocked on the wooden front door, which opened under the force of her knocking. Hello? She peered around inside the A-frame home. The lofted front room had apparently been furnished with items chosen for their comfort, rather than to match with each other or create a cohesive theme. At one side of the room, facing the 2-story view, was a particularly cozy recliner with a still steaming cup of tea on the table next to it. She called out again, and this time got a response. "Make yourself at home," Caitlin called out from nearby. A toilet flushed, and the young blonde appeared at the top of the stairs for the upper loft. "Sorry to keep you waiting. she said breathlessly when she got downstairs. "Can I make you some tea or coffee? I have a French press." She led the way to the kitchen, which featured more rustic wood on the cabinets. "Or we could open this," Samantha said, holding up one of the bottles of wine she'd bought with the bartender's help a few weeks earlier. "Looks yummy," Caitlin said. Samantha looked up at the high ceiling. "This is a gorgeous house, by the way. A real dream home in the country. Have you lived here long?" Caitlin seemed to consider the question seriously before answering. "Oh, only about 29 years." She laughed as she plunged a corkscrew into the bottle. "I live here with my mother. I left the nest briefly for college and ended up right where I started, though I've been getting a taste of living alone lately. Mom's on a cruise right now." She pointed to one of the bar stools along the counter. "Have a seat, unless you'd like a full tour first." Samantha smiled and took a seat, saying the tour could wait. For the next 20 minutes, they made small talk about the house and the garden and the wildlife that ate almost everything Caitlin and her mother planted. Samantha tried to be a polite guest and not dig into gossip, but a question burned in her mind. On the second glass of wine, she asked, "What's the deal with Tony, anyway? Is she your cousin? And what was going on between her and Warren? I talked to Finn Bruno a bit last month, and I think he's a bit hung up on her." She didn't ask about the lost pregnancy, as it didn't seem like fair game. Caitlin nodded, looking anything but surprised at the questions. "Tony Winters is my second cousin, and she's a nice enough person deep down, but if I were you, I wouldn't get too close to her, if you can help it. She loves to fixate on new people, but she burns through them quickly." She bit her lower lip guiltily and glanced around, even though the two women were alone in the large house. "I didn't know Warren at all when they started hanging out. It's hard to say exactly what happened between them. You know how they say there are two sides to every story, and then there's the truth, which is something else entirely?" "I've heard that expression." Samantha looked down at her wine as she gave it a swirl. "Were they still dating when Warren Jameson died?" Caitlin let out a laugh that bordered on wicked. "I don't think they were ever dating. Not officially, anyway. More like a couple of drunken hookups that Tony believed meant something." "So there's no chance she was out hiking with him the day of his accident?" "Not likely. She came to the studio to help me with something earlier that afternoon, a funny little bit for our Cinco de Mayo coverage. She didn't say anything about Warren, which would have been odd if she'd actually had plans to see him." "Oh, thank God," Samantha said with a big sigh of relief. She felt much better knowing that Tony couldn't have pushed Warren off the cliff in a lover's quarrel. Caitlin raised her eyebrows and tilted her head. "Why do you say that? Has Tony been trying to milk you for sympathy?" Samantha didn't feel ready to share that she'd been dating Warren herself, especially not if Caitlin might think she was bringing it up to milk out some sympathy. "Something like that," she said cryptically. "Can I help you with dinner?" "Just keep me company and help me eat it," Caitlin said, and she continued preparations. From there, the evening continued in a pleasant manner. Dinner was served on the wrap-around patio, overlooking the bits of garden the deer or moose hadn't eaten. One bottle of wine led to the second one, and then back to coffee for the dessert course. Caitlin shared details about funny community stories she'd covered for the TV and radio, and she used a computer tablet to show Samantha some commercials she'd acted in as a child. The pretty blonde admitted to still harboring dreams of stardom. The sun set between the mountains, and they went inside once the chill set in. The front door had swung open on its own, and the interior was buzzing with at least 5 good-sized houseflies. The two women spent a giggly 20 minutes dealing with the flies so they could relax without the drone. "How long's your door been broken?" Samantha asked. "Ages," Caitlin said. My mother's been meaning to fix it, but whenever we start to get serious about installing a new handle, the thing comes to its senses and starts working again for a few weeks. She looked way up at the peak of the A-frame's vaulted ceiling. We think it might be something to do with the weather. Either that, or it's haunted. Haunted. That's funny. Samantha snorted over her coffee and leaned forward to help herself to another cookie from the tray on the coffee table. After loading the dishwasher, they'd settled in the living room, and the furniture was as comfortable as it looked. Caitlin said, "You laugh, but my mother is one of those ladies who sees things. She actually does readings for people." She rubbed the well-warm arms of the recliner. "She sits right here and tells people about their auras or the spirits hanging around them." She tilted her head to the side, her blonde bob swinging adorably. "Mama says the gift runs in the family." Samantha had consumed her fair share of the wine, but at the mention of psychic gifts, she lost the heady buzz instantly. "Caitlin, are you saying you have a gift for seeing things?" "I'm adopted," Caitlin said. "If I do have any gifts, they came from another family tree entirely." Samantha's spine stiffened. She remembered meeting Wendy Jameson 3 days earlier at the art show, and how Warren had mentioned his aunt fixating on young women she believed could be her daughter. "Are you in contact with your birth parents?" Caitlin shuddered. "God, no. No, thank you." Samantha studied Caitlin's features, which were both average and attractive. Even if Wendy Jameson could have conceived a child, it seemed unlikely it would resemble Caitlin Winters. It was obvious why the girl had been a child actor in commercials. "Don't do that," Caitlin said with a smirk. "I know you're trying to figure out what my birth parents looked like. People always do that when they find out you're adopted. They look at you in a new light." She crossed her thin arms over her chest. "Seriously, don't." Samantha finished chewing her cookie and covered her eyes with both hands. "Guilty," she said with a smile. Caitlin let out a light laugh. "Just teasing." There was a creaking sound, and Caitlin yelled, "Excuse me?" Samantha dropped her hands and looked to see what Caitlin was yelling about. The front door was open, and diminutive Charles DeWitt stood in the doorway with one hand raised in the air. He must have knocked, like Samantha had, and the door had simply swung open. "Caitlin," Charles said, his bulging eyes darting from her to Samantha and back again. "I think your door's broken." She got to her feet and crossed her arms. "Tell me something I don't know," she said, clearly agitated. He shuffled into the room without an invitation and slowly closed the door behind him. "Is this a bad time? You got another letter." "It's not exactly a good time for that," she spat. As the two squared off, Samantha glanced around to locate her purse. She wanted to leave, but her own cabin was on the opposite side of town, and her bladder was full. She quietly excused herself and left the two co-workers to their conversation while she went in search of the bathroom upstairs. Once she was inside the bathroom, Samantha could hear muffled voices, but not their conversation. She used the facilities and then stood in the shadows at the top of the stairs, listening. Charles was talking about letters that had been coming to the community station. "I don't understand," Caitlin said. "Why are you here? Why didn't you take it over to the deputy sheriff and let him handle it?" "Don't you want to know who it is now?" Charles asked. "And why these are still coming? This one doesn't have a stamp. It must have been dropped off in person." "You idiot," she said. "They're still coming because they're going to keep coming until I disappear off the face of the earth." "But," he trailed off. "Yes, Charles," she spat. "Do you have a theory you'd like to share with me? How about I go get my magical CSI kit and we can test the envelope for DNA and then test every person in this town? I'll get right on that. I guess, I'll drop this at the sheriff's office. Good idea. Samantha emerged from the shadows, cleared her throat to announce her presence, and came down the stairs just in time to see Caitlin practically shove Charles out the front door. She slammed the door shut and dragged a chair over to prevent it from swinging open again. Samantha picked up her empty coffee cup and paused to give Caitlin a sympathetic look. "Anything you want to talk about?" Caitlin shook her head. "Just another glamorous day in the life of a community access channel superstar." She picked up her own mug and walked heavily toward the kitchen. Samantha followed. Caitlin opened the dishwasher with a squeak and said, "Some loser has been sending me creepy letters through the station, the kind with letters and words cut out of magazines." "I'm so sorry. That must be awful." Caitlin sighed. "It could be worse. The letters aren't exactly threatening. They usually contain inspirational quotes or requests for me to smile more or to wear a particular color that brings out my eyes." She frowned at the dishes as she loaded them into the racks. "He loves it when I wear green." That sounds awful. Samantha glanced at the tall, dark windows. They had no curtains, and she felt very exposed in the brightly lit house. "I wish he'd drop dead," Caitlin said. Samantha made a sympathetic noise. Caitlin was referring to the stalker as a male, but was it possible the letters were coming from a delusional Wendy Jameson? Or perhaps they were coming from the creepy little guy who worshipped his coworker. Samantha asked, "What about this Charles DeWitt guy? Do you think there's a chance he's involved? You don't seem that fond of him." "I don't know," Caitlin said sadly. "Some days it's all too much to handle." She yawned. "I'm tired." Samantha nodded. She knew exactly what Caitlin meant. Some days really were too much. She thanked Caitlin for the lovely meal, said goodbye, and stepped outside. The big wide sky was sparkling with stars. She took a moment to feel small in the universe before driving home to curl up with her ghost. Tomorrow she would go to the police with her suspicions about Caitlin's stalker. Chapter 11, June 9th, 4:22 a.m. The sun would be coming up soon, but Samantha hadn't been to bed yet. At midnight, her internet friend, Scooby75, had suddenly reappeared with details about a shocking haunting and murder investigation in her own life. The woman apologized for having been missing and asked about new developments with Warren. Samantha was embarrassed to admit she'd been seeing the ghost for over a month and was still no closer to figuring out anything. Her friend reassured her that sometimes it could take years to uncover the reason for a haunting. She asked when Samantha was planning to leave Owl Bend. There was no answer to that question because there was no plan. Samantha was simply there, and she would continue to be there until she was somewhere else. Together, they reviewed the case thus far. Warren had met Samantha in late April when he saw her taking photos in town and offered some camera advice. They'd flirted and made a date for Friday, May 1st. They had dinner at a casual Tex-Mex restaurant where he'd talked about his photography career in a charming, self-effacing manner. He described himself as a regular Coloradan who loved hiking, camping, and snapping pictures. He'd been in the right places to catch a few great wildlife shots and started making industry contacts. That was his career in a nutshell. His family was small, with both of his parents deceased and no siblings. As far as his love life went, he'd never been married, but he had lived with a woman in another state years earlier. In another lifetime, he'd called it. He'd tried his best to unravel the mysteries of Samantha Torres, but she'd evaded his inquiries, promising she'd talk more on the next date. They'd talked about Owl Bend, eating the local green chili, his favorite magazines and books, and he'd briefly touched on the subject of his oddball aunt. He'd seemed embarrassed to be living with an older family member and insisted he could afford his own place. But his aunt was going through a difficult time, suffering delusions and regular psychotic breaks. Warren insisted his aunt was harmless, a danger only to her own happiness. Then Warren had gone for that midday hike not far from where Samantha was staying, and he'd died. The police ruled it an accident, saying that he'd been distracted by the incoming storm or had gotten too close to the edge to take a photo, slipped, and fallen to his death. The body had been located by a homeowner investigating the barking of their dog. Now his ghost was hanging around Samantha, occasionally dropping hints that she should go out and talk to people. His first hint led to the buxom redhead, Toni Winters, a woman who suffered delusions of her own, believing she and Warren were more involved than they were. She'd even been mourning the alleged loss of a pregnancy. Toni hadn't been aware of Warren dating someone else, and Samantha wasn't about to tell her. Toni seemed friendly enough, but her behavior was erratic. Samantha couldn't understand why Toni had wanted to hike up to the point from which he'd fallen. She'd met with the bartender, Finn Bruno, with no help from Warren. On their afternoon date, she'd made the uncomfortable discovery that Finn was hung up on Toni and possibly jealous of Warren. Also, the man was disturbingly interested in locking people up in rooms, whatever that meant. The ghost had also hinted at concerns about Toni's second cousin, Caitlin Winters, when he'd pointed out her dropped barrette. But Caitlin was just a tiny, sweet girl, no threat to anyone. She'd enjoyed getting to know Caitlin, but as far as she could tell, Caitlin and Warren had barely been acquainted. That was when Samantha decided the ghost simply wanted her to get out and make friends, live her life. It had crossed Samantha's mind, as just one of countless theories, that Warren could have been the one stalking Caitlin by sending letters. He hadn't struck Samantha as the stalker type, but then again, what did she know? Lucky for his reputation, the letters had apparently continued beyond his death, which cleared him as the culprit. Another person, however, did seem suspicious. Wendy Jameson was obsessed with women she believed to be her daughter. Caitlin was adopted and had been getting letters she'd described as creepy. The stranger on the Ghosts and Psychics message board asked Samantha to define what she meant by creepy, but Samantha didn't know the specifics of the letters. Scooby75 wrote back, "Your ghost friend must be concerned about the girl. Maybe he's sticking around out of concern for his aunt getting help with her mental health. Maybe his death really was an accident, and he's only sticking around to do a few good deeds." Samantha couldn't argue with that theory. It was as good as any, so now what? She didn't want to confront Wendy Jameson, nor did she want to dump this information on sweet, anxious Caitlin. There was one logical choice. She thanked Scooby75 for her help, logged off the computer, and located the cards for Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud. She waited until 5:55 a.m. before she called his number. He made a groggy sound. "Hello?" "It's me," she said. "Samantha Torres." He cleared his throat. There was a rustling sound, and she imagined him sitting up in bed. "I'm listening." "I just wanted you to know that I believe you," she said, "about how you were dead and how you saw angels and everything." "Thanks," he said. "You're not crazy." "That's always good to hear." There was amusement in his voice. "I think there's a lot in this world that we can't explain." There was a pause, and he said, "I've been dreaming about you." She was surprised by the husky intimacy of his voice and giggled in response. He cleared his throat again. "Was there anything else you wanted to tell me? Or do you have a psychic gift for calling people at 6 in the morning on their day off?" "I wanted to talk to you about some police stuff." "Vague," he said. "I like it. Who wouldn't want to talk to a gorgeous woman about police stuff?" He yawned. "Even at 6 in the morning. Have you been to Yolanda's?" An image of a neon spatula popped into Samantha's mind. She hadn't been to Yolanda's all-day bar and grill, but she'd seen it, and the charming neon sign. "I can meet you there," she said. "How about an hour?" He groaned. "I'm up now, so why not? I'll see you there." He said goodbye and ended the call. Samantha smiled and bit her knuckle. She liked how he'd made it sound like breakfast had been all her idea. The idea of sharing a meal with a living person who was both male and handsome excited her. She glanced around guiltily, looking for Warren, but he'd already disappeared with the sunrise. 7:10 a.m. Yolanda's all-day bar and grill. The restaurant was well lit, all the better to show off the artwork on the walls, which consisted of nature scenes, clocks, and images of Jesus, lacquered on thick slices of wood and yellowed with age. Many of the wood slab clocks had peeling price tags. Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud noticed Samantha smoothing out a tag with her index finger. He commented, "Hope springs eternal." She yanked her hand away quickly, lest he get any ideas about future gifts. "Oh, no, I'm not interested," she said. "Hope springs eternal," he repeated. "The old man who makes those things, Yolanda's father, was going to take down all his artwork and let his daughter update the decor in here. But then some sucker bought a picture of Elvis, swinging his hips in a blue jumpsuit." Robichaud gave his laminated menu a snap with his hand, making a soggy plastic thunderclap. Straight after the sale, the old man peeled off the old price tags and marked everything up 10% on account of inflation. Samantha squeezed her lemon wedge over her ice water and leaned across the well-worn tabletop. "Deputy Sheriff Robichaud, am I to believe you have a genuine photo of Elvis embedded in resin on a slab of tree trunk somewhere in your home?" He shrugged. "If arousing your curiosity about my decorating habits is all it takes to entice you into visiting my home, so be it." "Careful what you wish for," she said. The waitress came by and rattled off the early bird special for the day. It was the same as the all-day special, but $1 cheaper. Samantha couldn't decide what she wanted. Her stomach was confused about the time, since she hadn't slept the night before, other than a brief nap slumped over her laptop for 45 minutes that felt like 5. Robichaud was in no rush to order, and made friendly small talk with the waitress, while Samantha tried to focus on the laminated menu. There seemed to be 1,000 different combinations. The eggs alone came from her choice of 5 different farms and levels of organic certification. While she deliberated over whether preferring the pale-yolked, tasteless eggs from factory farms made her a bad person, Robichaud passed the time by asking the waitress about her aging parents, the condition of the family home's leaking roof, and how the new puppy was settling in. The waitress, a wooden bead-wearing, sinewy woman of about 60, who would look equally at home at a yoga retreat, responded that all of the above were getting along just fine, but that she was definitely going to quit drinking. "Come on, Marlene," Robichaud said. "You don't drink that much, do you?" She shrugged her bony shoulders. "I had a tipple the other night with some of the regulars, and I woke up 8 hours later, kissing a salt and pepper shaker." She nodded for emphasis and continued. "Didn't wake up till Yolanda came in to open up the next morning. Can you imagine? Me passed out, face down on the staff table. You won't tell nobody, will you?" She glanced from Samantha to Robichaud. "Gotta protect what's left of my dignity. People talk in a small town." Robichaud broke into one of the most handsome smiles Samantha had ever seen. He had dimples she'd barely noticed before. He swore to the waitress that the information would remain confidential, and then ordered the early bird special with cage-free eggs. Samantha said, "I'll have the same, plus coffee." Once they were alone, they talked about food and how complicated things like eggs had become. They wondered aloud what sort of technological and societal changes they might see in their lifetimes. Robichaud was fascinated by something called the singularity. Samantha wasn't familiar with the concept, so she listened, interested, as they ate breakfast. He explained how it was inevitable, in the fullness of time, that humanity and computers would eventually merge, changing the very notion of consciousness. "We'd all become ghosts," Samantha said. "No," he said slowly, as though explaining a simple concept to an idiot. "We'd be immortal. We'd live forever." "As ghosts," she said. "You don't get it," he said. "But don't worry. It's a lot to grasp." She was annoyed by his dismissal of her thoughts. She felt she understood the concept perfectly, but he was ignoring her input just because she used the most simple of terms. Breakfast with Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud had been illuminating. She'd seen how much he cared for the residents of Owl Bend, noted the location of his dimples, and also gotten a strong whiff of his intellectual superiority. At least the former two more than made up for his one detectable flaw. When the bill came, she grabbed it and paid it, despite his fuss. Then, when it was time to leave, they both remained seated. Robichaud said, "You're not moving. Are you stuck to that vinyl seat? Bare legs and vinyl are a bad combination." He pretended to wave for the waitress. "I'll see about getting some cornstarch from the kitchen." She laughed and gestured for him to put down his hand. "Actually, I did call you this morning for a specific reason," she said. "I feel awkward bringing it up. Something tells me it wasn't to learn more about the singularity." She winced and agreed it was not. Then she told him about her dinner with Caitlin Winters and learning of the stalker letters. She relayed what the deceased Warren Jameson had told Samantha about his oddball aunt and how it was possible the woman was obsessed with Caitlin. Robichaud nodded slowly. "The letters are troubling. I have a file folder full of them at the station, but as I'm sure you've guessed by now, it hasn't been a top priority. The tone of the letters is benign, at least. If you consider crazy the same as benign." Samantha tipped her water glass back and crunched on the remaining ice chunks. Most people are a bit crazy, but they know better than to let it out. The off-duty cop gave her a sidelong, guarded look. "What's that supposed to mean? Is that a crack at me?" Just when his glare was about to get uncomfortable, he cracked into a grin to show her he was only joking. There were the dimples again. He looked down and swiped some stray crumbs off the table. "But seriously, thank you for the tip. I think you may have solved one of the town's big mysteries." "Did you have any other suspects for the stalker letters?" she asked, her voice pitching up to dog whistle levels. "Spit it out," he said. "What else do you know?" She jerked her shoulders up in a guilty shrug. "Just that Charles DeWitt said something to Caitlin about finding out who's sending them now and why the letters are still coming." She paused and repeated some words for emphasis. "Why someone's sending the letters now and still coming?" She tried to calm her body so her voice wouldn't pitch up so nervously and continued. "It's almost as if Charles or Caitlin did something to make the letters stop. Something like push Warren off a cliff," she finished in her head. It was an utterly crazy idea, but Warren's ghost was sticking around Owl Bend for a reason. He'd led her to a table at the watering hole where she'd met Caitlin Winters, and then he'd made a ghostly fuss over the blonde's dropped barrette. Caitlin had told her she'd been at the station that day, but she could have been lying. What if she and Tony had done something together and then provided each other with an alibi? Robichaud's face gave away nothing. He only nodded, frowned, and then looked up with a breezy expression. The letters did stop for a while. There hadn't been one for... He tapped his fingers on the table. Not for about 4 weeks, give or take a few days. Not since Warren Jameson was killed. His face went through a series of expressions, too quick for Samantha to interpret. You mean killed by the fall? Yes, she nodded quickly. The accident. She crunched on the final chunk of ice. Do you think Wendy's the stalker? It would explain the letters stopping for a month, Robichaud said. After her nephew's accident, she was preoccupied with funeral arrangements and then the art show. It all makes perfect sense. So what are you going to do? Knock on her door and ask to see her magazine collection, then flip through looking for cutout words? She smiled at how absurd it sounded. I could try and get a warrant. His eyes glazed over as he looked up. She followed his gaze to a resin-coated chunk of wood featuring a waterfall scene and brass clock hands. Or I could stop by tomorrow, before the garbage truck comes by. He grinned, showing the relaxed off-duty dimples that were now becoming familiar to Samantha. A person doesn't need a warrant to look at whatever's on the curb. Looks like my work here is done, Samantha said, grimacing as she worked on peeling her bare legs from the vinyl. I owe you one, Robichaud said, sliding out of his bench effortlessly, thanks to his jeans. Let me buy you a meal or something. How about lunch? Do you have plans today? She stood and patted her stomach, which was full from the early bird special. Just digesting and maybe napping. She yawned. I didn't sleep at all last night. They started to walk, and she tripped herself with the edge of her flip-flop sandal. Robichaud caught her before she face-planted on the diner's floor. You do look tired, he said, and being as tired as you are is very dangerous for driving. He continued to hold one arm around her waist. My place isn't far from here, and I insist you come with me for a nap. She laughed. A nap? I have an extremely comfortable couch. Whenever my sister comes to visit, she stays with me instead of her other friends, because my couch is famously comfortable. Okay, Samantha said. I'll come to your house for a nap. But if this couch of yours isn't all you promise, I'm going to have a bone to pick with your sister. He chuckled and led her outside to the parking lot. As she walked past her rental car without getting in, she got a twinge something was very wrong with the situation, but she pushed the feeling down. Chapter 12. Daniel Robichaud's house wasn't much bigger than the one-bedroom cabin Samantha had been renting. It met her expectations for a cop's bachelor pad so closely, she wondered if she hadn't been there before and forgotten. The walls were gleaming white and sparsely decorated. The only artwork in the living room, other than an enormous black flat-screen TV, was a glorious round of timber featuring Elvis wearing a blue jumpsuit. According to Robichaud, the photo was taken at a concert in Buffalo in 1972, the first time he wore that blue nail jumpsuit. But why Elvis? Samantha asked. Do you really love his music or something? No reason, Robichaud said, and he continued giving her a tour of his modest home. Finally, 10 minutes later, and after much more prying, he made a confession. Because Elvis is eternal, he said. When I was a kid, people were still reporting sightings of him. I love that the public adored him so much, they wished him back into existence again. Like a ghost, she said. He shook his head. You and your ghosts. She gave him a serious look. They're not mine. And you should talk, Mr. Talks to Angels. He snapped his fingers. Music. We need music. And I can show off my new surround sound. She yawned and surveyed the large couch that dominated the living room. It was big, black, leather, and L-shaped, and he had not overstated its comfort. She took a seat, and for the next 20 minutes, she nodded sleepily as Daniel Robichaud demonstrated the surround sound and played his favorite songs. Then she was nodding off, falling asleep with a soft, clean-smelling pillow under her head and a crocheted blanket draped over her body. The pretty, dark-haired woman on Daniel Robichaud's sofa slept soundly, barely stirring. To keep himself from watching her sleep and feeling creepy about it, he left the room. He went outside and pulled some weeds from his tidy rows of carrot tops, raked up some stray leaves, and washed and waxed his truck. He contemplated cleaning the gutters, but decided it would be too noisy. He went back inside, where he read a paperback in the bedroom for all of 20 minutes before his eyelids got droopy. He went to the kitchen, made a pot of coffee, and started watching some TV with headphones on. The flickering light from the big screen didn't seem to disturb Samantha's slumber, and the couch was large enough that he had his own wing, his movements dampened by a mile of upholstery and black leather. He kept looking over at her sleeping face, and his thoughts kept returning to the mystery that was Samantha Torres. What had brought her to Owl Bend? How long would she be in his life? What could he do to prolong her stay? She frowned in her sleep, and he looked away guiltily. A moment later, he returned to watching her slumber. Her soft, full lips parted, as though she was about to speak. He wished he had some way to see what she was dreaming about. The creases in her forehead deepened, and she began to twitch and move restlessly. Robichaud removed his padded headphones. She was talking in her sleep, murmuring. A tinny sound was still coming from the headphones in his hand, so he paused the movie that he hadn't been following anyway. She mumbled some more, whimpered, and rolled onto her back. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she sat upright, as though pulled by invisible strings. "It's not me," she said croakily. "You've got the wrong one." Gently, Robichaud said, "Samantha, are you having a bad dream?" She turned her head with an eerie smoothness, looked both at him and through him, and said in a low, otherworldly voice, "Not me. Wrong son." "Wrong son?" She blinked, and her large, dark brown eyes focused on him, back in reality. "What? Are you awake?" She looked around sleepily. "Sorry." "No need to apologize. You've been asleep for about 4 hours. How are you feeling?" She smacked her lips. "Vaguely human." She yawned and stretched self-consciously. "Thanks for the couch nap. I hope I didn't mess up your day off." "Not at all. I did some yard work and read a book." She gestured at the TV screen with her chin. "Was that before or after the Terminator?" "Okay, I read 1 chapter and nearly fell asleep." He used the remote to switch the computer that was hooked up to the TV over to a screensaver. "Hey, when you were dreaming just now, do you remember what that dream was about?" Her cheeks grew pink, and she covered her mouth. Robichaud had thought she couldn't possibly be any more beautiful than when she was sleeping, but seeing her blush was a whole new level of desirability. "Was I talking in my sleep?" "A little. You were saying, 'You've got the wrong one,' or 'wrong son.' What was that about?" She shrugged and turned to focus on folding up the crocheted blanket. "Could have been anything. Dreams don't make a lot of sense." He grinned. "It's okay that you were dreaming about me in an Elvis jumpsuit. I don't mind being fetishized." She rolled her eyes, sighed, and turned to look at the photographic images displaying on the large flat screen. "That's a dark, scary-looking canyon," she said. "And aptly named the Black Canyon." That's the Gunnison River running through it, and the walls are black because they're a volcanic schist." She watched the screen, rapt, as she used her fingers to smooth out her minor hair tousles from sleeping. "These are really good photos," she said. "Did you take them?" He realized his mistake, and a blast of adrenaline pushed sweat from his glands. His mouth went dry. He reached for the remote control and accidentally fumbled it to the floor with a clatter. "These aren't actually my photos. They're Warren Jameson's." "Oh," she said. "Did you go see his art show at the fire hall? I don't remember seeing you there." "I didn't stay long," she said softly, her gaze still on the screen. "This isn't right," he said. "I'll shut the slideshow down and put on something else." She waved one hand. "No, don't stop it. I really want to see these." "Are you—" He gagged on the dryness of his throat, coughed, and tried again. "Are you sure?" Internally, he admonished himself for having the material so blatantly available inside his house. Warren Jameson's camera hadn't survived his fatal fall, but the memory card with the digital photos had. The man's next of kin, his aunt, hadn't noticed the absence of the tiny memory card, but now Robichaud could be in trouble. Samantha kept staring at the photos, wide-eyed, lips slightly parted. Her eyes glistened with tears she quickly blinked away. More words came to his mouth and escaped before he could stop himself. "Don't tell anyone." She blinked and turned to him, eyes gleaming. "Who would I tell?" He swallowed hard. "It's just that I shouldn't really have these pictures." "But they're so beautiful," she said, and she turned back to the screen. "They're so beautiful." She was right. The photos were beautiful, and that was reason enough for him to have them. If it was perfectly understandable to her, there might be no problem. He reached for a pillow and held it on his lap to calm his hands. "These are on random shuffle?" she asked. "I'd like to see them in order." He reached down slowly to pick up the remote control from the floor. Without looking at her, he said, "I should warn you, the album ends with the last photos he took before he died." She sucked in air through her teeth. "I want to see the whole thing, right to the end." Right to the end. "So be it," he said, and he brought up the menu to toggle the slideshow. "Wait," she said. "What are those files that are grayed out?" "Near duplicates and accidents." "Accidents?" Her tone was suspicious, accusatory. Robichaud swallowed down his guilt. "Yeah, I guess maybe they're test shots. They're blurry and facing away from the view." She was very still, studying him and then the screen, moving only her eyes. "I'd like to see them all," she said coolly. He adjusted the settings and started the slideshow of the last 7 days of Warren's life. The show began with images of dewdrops on spiderwebs. It took 2 minutes to finish the day's shots. The second day had fewer, and finished almost as quickly as it had begun, with a spectacular crimson sunset, framed by trees and the local red and rocky terrain. Robichaud studied Samantha's face as she watched the images, the changing screen casting her pretty features in red, blue, and green. He had to remind himself to keep breathing. There was a knock on his screen door. He'd left the outer door open for ventilation, and now his elderly neighbor was there, practically inside the room with them, peering through the screen. Mrs. Dawson said, "Sorry, Danny, I didn't realize you had a guest." She lifted one creased palm and waved. "Hello, dear." Robichaud jumped up from the couch and went to see what his neighbor wanted. Rather than make introductions, he stepped outside to speak with his neighbor. Mrs. Dawson explained she had come by to borrow a gardening claw. The handle had come off hers. It took 10 minutes to complete the tool-lending transaction, in which he loaned her his gardening claw and took both pieces of hers, with a promise he'd fix the parts using super strong glue. She kept glancing at the screen of the door, but was too mannered to push for an explanation. He waited until his friendly and inquisitive neighbor was gone before he went back to the house. No sooner had he pulled open the screen door than Samantha came bolting out like a spooked horse fleeing a barn fire. "It's okay," he said, reaching out to catch her by the waist. "I'm right here. I didn't go far." She dodged his arm and put some distance between them before turning around to face him, dark eyes blazing with emotion. "Why do you have his photos?" she demanded. He shrugged. There was no explanation that would make his actions acceptable. She shook her head and started walking toward the road. She called back over her shoulder, "Thanks for the nap, but I should be getting back. I'm meeting someone soon and I don't want to be late." He sensed the last part was a lie. Earlier, she had admitted to having no plans at all for the day. She was making excuses to get away from him. "Samantha, wait. I'll give you a ride back to your car." She waved away his offer. "I'm fine. I need the fresh air anyway." He watched her march away. The journey back to her car would be 1.5 miles. She'd be fine. And maybe it was for the best. Every minute with her was a form of sweet torture. He didn't know how long he'd be able to remain professional. He walked back into the house and looked at the television, which had turned a dark gray. He swore under his breath and ran to check the slot in the computer where he'd had Warren's camera's memory card plugged in. The memory card was gone. He checked the computer's local drive, where he thought he'd saved a copy of all the images. The photos folder was empty, and if the files had once been there, they'd been permanently deleted, not findable in the recycling bin. What was Samantha up to? What had she seen on the photos to cause such a panic? He cursed again, reached for his phone, and made a call. "I need your help," he said with a sigh. Samantha had covered nearly a mile and was sweating under the midday sun. Her throat was parched, but even her thirst couldn't take her mind off the evidence in her pocket. She had to get to her vehicle, get to safety, and find someone she could trust. She might just get in the car and start driving, not stopping until she was 2 states away. A compact car slowed and rolled along beside her. "Need a lift?" called out the driver. As she leaned forward to peer inside the car, she stepped on some loose gravel and rolled her ankle painfully. If she hadn't needed a lift before, she certainly did now. The driver was the diminutive Charles DeWitt, his eyes bulging with concern for her. "Sure," she said, and she climbed into the vehicle. The interior was spotless and so cool it gave her a chill. She rubbed her arms and then reached for her seatbelt, her hands shaking visibly. Charles said, "You look like you could use a drink." He made a small snort. "That's what I thought when I saw you looking lost at the art show, too. That nice lady could use a drink." She let out an absurd laugh. "I probably could use one. Thanks for the offer, but I don't have time. I'm meeting a friend shortly." "Did you just come from the deputy sheriff's house?" She ignored the question and changed the topic by asking about the air conditioning controls. The driver turned left at the lights, moving away from the diner. Samantha cleared her throat. "Actually, I'm going to Yolanda's, if you don't mind." "Oh, sure. I'll make a couple right turns up ahead." The driver reached over and popped open the glove box. There was a silver flask and a bottle of water. "Help yourself to whichever one you need, or both." Samantha's hands shook as she reached forward. She'd not had a drink yet that day and was already in withdrawal. She told herself, as she had many times before, that this was the last drink, and she took a swig from the flask. It was gin, and as sweet to her as water in the desert. She thanked the driver and switched over to the water. The white lid didn't crack when she twisted it off. She thought of germs and wiped the rim with the hem of her blouse before taking a swig. A few minutes later, they were still driving. The rocking of the car was so relaxing. Were they driving in circles, caught in a loop? Her eyelids fluttered. She thought she saw the neon sign for the diner grow larger and then disappear over her shoulder. She started to ask how much longer Charles would take to run his errands, but her head was full of cotton, and the words wouldn't form in her throat. She rested her head back on the headrest and closed her eyes. She thought of the camera memory card in the tiny pocket of her shorts, and then she lost consciousness. Chapter 13. June 10th, 3:15 p.m. Residence of Ricky and Hilda Francis, Los Angeles, California. Hilda paced the living room, her thoughts racing. She hadn't been in a panic like this since the twins had woken up with a terrible fever in the middle of the night. The panicked feeling was intense, and it was the same instinct. She had to do something. Her husband, Ricky, was skeptical. That night, he'd been the one who'd run a cool bath to bring down the twins' fevers. And now, once again, he was the one who was calm. And once again, his urgings that Hilda remain calm and not panic had the opposite effect. "We shouldn't have let this go on for so long," Hilda said, still pacing. Ricky pointed to the living room rug, which had already suffered so much abuse from the twins and their wheeled toys. "You're going to wear a hole in that poor rug," he said. "Why don't you get on a plane and fly out there?" "To Colorado?" She stopped in her tracks. For Hilda Francis, the only thing more terrifying than her friend Samantha being in trouble would be leaving the 3 boys to burn down the house. Ricky sat up on the sofa with a groan and reached for his laptop. Hilda said, "No, I can't go. I won't leave you and the kids. It's time Sammy pulled herself together anyway." "Calm down," he said, irritating her with the useless command for the 10th time that day. "I'm not booking a ticket. I'm getting some phone numbers." He tapped away at the keyboard. "We can check the local hospitals and highway patrol. The state troopers would have a report if she's been in an accident. What town is she supposed to be in? Aspen?" "No," Hilda said guiltily. Ricky looked up from the laptop, eyebrows raised. "What's going on?" She swayed left and right, paced once, and took a seat on the front edge of the room's rocking chair. "She's in Owl Bend." He took a deep, audible breath and stroked his beard. That was where Ricky and Hilda had started their honeymoon tour of the Southwest, a trip they had recommended to all their friends for their own honeymoons and anniversaries. "She's at the honeymoon place?" Hilda swallowed hard. "Yeah." "By herself," he said. "She wanted to be by herself. You know Sammy. She never wants to be a burden on other people." He shook his head. "I can't believe it's gotten so bad." Hilda could only nod in agreement. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. Finally, Ricky said, "We need to check the psychiatric wards." "Okay," she said weakly. Now that the secret was out, the tension that had been holding her upright lessened, and she slumped back in the rocking chair with a creak. "Will you help me make the calls? You know I'd do anything for Sammy." He gave his laptop screen a sad look. "I wish I'd known how bad it's gotten. We could have done something sooner." He tapped the keyboard and frowned at the screen. "Airfare isn't that much," he said. "We could all go, as a family. It could be a vacation." Hilda smiled for the first time in 2 days. "Honey, traveling with a pair of hyper 2-year-olds is not a vacation." Ricky smiled back and gave her a slow blink. "Don't worry. We're going to find Samantha and get her the help she needs." He tapped at the keyboard again. He was going to say something about Samantha drinking again, but he bit back the words. There was no point in voicing their worst fears. Even without verbalizing them, They flashed through his head. She could be dead in a ravine somewhere. The first number he found was for the local law enforcement. He called the number and got a man who introduced himself as Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud. Ricky explained who he was and why he was calling. There was a long pause. Ricky thought he'd lost the connection, but then Robichaud spoke. "I know Samantha Torres," he said. "In fact, I just saw her yesterday morning for breakfast. When was the last time you spoke to her?" Ricky checked with his wife and then answered, "The night before last. Sammy and my wife talk at least once a day, and they send each other text messages constantly. But we haven't heard a peep since Wednesday. Today's Friday, so I guess that was the 8th. There was noise on the line and the muffled sound of people talking. Robichaud said, "Can you be reached at this number, Mr. Francis? I've got to check on something, and I'll call you right back. Shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Ricky confirmed he'd be at that number all day, said goodbye, and relayed to his wife what little information he'd gleaned. Hilda bit her lip and blinked back tears. "I've got a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach," she said. "Remember when I got that ache right before Gran died? It's like that." Ricky clenched his jaw. He was upset, too, and he felt the terror in his gut. He looked at the clock and noted the time. 20 minutes, he repeated. 27 minutes later, they got the call, and it wasn't good. "Her rental car is still parked at the diner," Robichaud said. "She might have had engine problems." There was a pause, and Ricky's gut filled with ice water. Ricky asked flatly, his voice devoid of emotion, "Now what?" "I'm going to put you in contact with my secretary. She'll be your liaison. I wish I could talk to you some more, but I've got work to do." A female voice joined the call and started asking questions. Ricky didn't have the answers, so he handed the phone to Hilda, and she helped as much as she could. Chapter 14, June 9th, the previous day. Samantha Torres awoke in darkness. It was 8:35 p.m. on Thursday, not that she had any way of knowing the time. She'd been unconscious for 5 hours. The man who'd offered her a ride and a drink, Charles DeWitt, had drugged her. That much she figured out within seconds of gaining consciousness. She screamed. She knew it was hopeless, but she screamed anyway. Her abductor would have gagged her or taped her mouth shut if there were any chance of someone hearing her cries. She screamed until she was hoarse, and then she screamed some more. Her hands were tied at the wrists with something unyielding. It wasn't rope or metal, but rigid plastic. Though she had little to be thankful for in that terrible situation, she was grateful her hands were tied in front of her instead of behind her back. At least she could push herself into an upright sitting position and reach forward to rub her sore ankles, which were also lashed together with the same material. She could sit or kneel, but she couldn't stand because the ceiling was so low. At first she thought she was in a basement or a cellar, but as her eyes adjusted to the blackness, she was able to make out some dim shapes. The thing she'd struck her head on when she'd tried to stand was a beam of wood, a joist. She was underneath a floor, in a crawl space. She could feel that she was still wearing the clothes she'd been wearing that morning, denim shorts and a blouse. Both were probably black from the grime and dust she was rolling around in. Other than some aches in her limbs from being tied up, the only part of her that hurt was her head, pounding with a headache. She took a break from screaming to explore her confines. The crawl space was rectangular and approximately 500 square feet, but most of that was inaccessible due to the solid stone bedrock rising up to meet the floor's support beams. She was limited to less than 100 square feet. The corner, at the edge of the foundation, offered the most headroom. She could kneel there and stretch her torso. It was the place she felt the least vulnerable, with her back against the wall. How could she get out? She'd gotten in somehow, and it stood to reason she could get out that same way. She groped the walls for a door or a hatch. She found nothing. She used her bound hands to feel along the ceiling until she found the ridges of a trapdoor overhead. She tried pushing it open, using her shoulder and straining against it until she feared she might break something in her body, and still the trapdoor wouldn't budge. She crawled the 100-square-foot perimeter one more time before returning to her corner. With her back pressed up against the cool wall, she thought about killing him. Charles DeWitt had actually looked happy to see her walking on the road hours earlier. So happy, she'd seen him as a friendly face. After the photo slides she'd seen in Daniel Robichaud's house, she'd been in such a panic that anyone who wasn't Daniel Robichaud might have seemed like a friendly face. But now she was here, and she realized she'd been wrong. Now that she had nothing but the darkness, there was ample time to ponder how much she'd been wrong. She knelt, sat, or lay on the concrete floor for hours, with nothing to distract her from her thoughts. No drinks, no friends, no scenery, no internet, no television. Nothing. She imagined her death at the sadistic hands of Charles DeWitt. She grieved, she accepted, and she came back to the awful reality, only to repeat the cycle of dark thoughts. Eventually she fell asleep, huddled in the corner. Hours later, she awoke with a start. Something overhead creaked, and there was light. She could see the crawl space that had been only dim shapes so far. The walls and concrete floor weren't as filthy as they'd seemed in the dark. Part of the floor was poured concrete, and part of it was natural rock. She saw a flash of movement at the edge of her vision, and suddenly the light was gone. The trapdoor had been opened, but now it was closed again. She screamed, but there was no help. The lights stayed off. She grew quiet and crawled over to the area beneath the trapdoor. Her heart pounding with hope, she shouldered the ceiling again and pushed the trapdoor. It seemed to move, to give way. She gasped in excitement and pushed again, only to find, to her heartbreak, that the trapdoor hadn't budged after all. It was only her legs slipping out from under her to give the illusion of escape. She called out, "Hello?" The only reply was the floor creaking. "Charles?" He didn't answer, but she sensed him there, listening. She bit back venomous words. She wanted to call him a coward, a weak-hearted joke of a man who had to drug women because he didn't have the stomach to fight them. But he knew what he was, and reminding him would only guarantee her death and possibly hasten it. So she tried to appeal to him with the truth. "Listen, Charles, I'm not from around here. I'm just visiting, all the way from California. In fact, when we bumped into each other, I was just on my way out of town." There was no response, no way of knowing he was there or could hear her, but she continued. "Charles, I really want out of this town. As soon as I get to my car again, I'm going to hit the gas and push the pedal to the metal. I won't even look in the rearview mirror. I'll be gone, Charles, and nobody will be the wiser." She forced herself to stop talking, to let the words sink in. The less she said, the more likely he was to think it was his own idea. As she waited, her stomach made a grumbling sound. She was shocked by this seemingly normal function. She didn't feel hungry. She didn't feel anything except an intense desire to lure Charles into opening the trapdoor enough for her to grab him and smash his face in. Her stomach growled again, so she decided to go with it. "I'm hungry," she called up, "and thirsty. Plus, I need to use the bathroom. Any chance you could let me out for a few minutes? I promise I'll be good." She grimaced in the darkness. The lies came so easily. She would say anything. If only she knew the magic words, she'd say them. He answered, "You're thirsty?" His voice came with such clarity, she jerked upright and hit her head on a joist. It had seemed as though he was down in the darkness with her, inside the crawl space. She spun around and crawled to her corner quickly, scraping her elbows and knees on the rough concrete. She forced her breathing to slow down so she could listen. She made a clucking sound. The acoustics were hollow. The only soft thing down there was her. He repeated the question. "You're thirsty?" Now that she was in the corner, she could tell the voice was coming from above, from the other side of the barrier. She answered as bravely as she could manage. "Yes, I am. Also, I'm hungry, and I need to use the washroom," she added. "But I'd be happy with just a little water. That's all. Just a cup or a bottle of water. Let's make a trade. You admit who you are, and I'll let you have some water." "Who I am?" He sounded angry. "Who you are, Samantha Torres. I know you're not just a regular tourist. You're here on an investigation, aren't you?" "Yes," she said, thinking quickly. "I'm here to investigate the death of Warren Jameson. I was hired to look into the accident, and my client knows I'm in town. I have to check in regularly." The floor overhead creaked. "And was it an accident, Samantha Torres?" The way he kept saying her name was so taunting, so cruel. "I'll only give you water if you're honest with me. Was it an accident?" "Yes," she lied. "I'm closing the case. It's already closed." He laughed cruelly. "Ha ha! You're a liar." She growled under her breath. "Takes one to know one." "You don't have any evidence. You have nothing. I saw you with Robichaud trying to pump him for information." He snorted. "Typical woman, using her looks to take advantage of a man." "You're wrong," she said to the darkness. "I do have evidence. Warren knew someone was following him that day. You didn't notice, but he turned his camera around and took pictures behind him while he was walking along the trail." "What?" Samantha grinned and almost laughed at how hooked she had him. She'd been fishing before, and she knew it was important to let him take the bait and let the hook sink deep before she applied pressure. "You're a filthy liar," he said. "If there was evidence, they would have questioned me. There aren't any photos, and you've got nothing." His voice changed tone, becoming artificially light. "Besides, I wasn't anywhere near the mountain when that man died. I didn't even know him. Why would I kill him? You're a hateful, spiteful liar, Samantha Torres. I'll be doing the world a favor when you starve to death down there." She bit her lower lip to keep from screaming at him. He'd killed Warren. He'd practically admitted it. "Charles, I can get you those photos," she said. "They don't exist. And even if they did, you'd have copies. Don't be ridiculous." With her bound hands, she checked the tiny pocket in her jeans shorts. The memory card was still in there. It was ridiculous, but true. For the next 5 minutes, she pleaded with him, trying to negotiate her freedom in exchange for the photos. He wasn't buying it, and worse, he sounded bored. Being honest and brave wasn't working. She took a different tactic and began making sobbing sounds, whining and muttering "water" and "thirsty." After several minutes of steady keening, the world cracked open with light. The trap door was open. She immediately crawled toward it, but it was only open long enough for Charles to drop a bucket down. She saw a brief glimpse of his face, the sight of which was worse than the darkness. He closed the door immediately. She grabbed the bucket eagerly and called up a meek "thank you." Getting him to agree to one small thing was progress. She could build on it. He called down. "When you go to the bathroom, don't make a mess down there. Use the bucket. If you're a good girl, I'll get you a cheeseburger." "Thank you, Charles," she said sweetly. If he could use her name, she could use his. "Charles, I know you were only trying to protect Caitlin. Can you hear me, Charles? I know that deep down, you're a kind, caring person, and you could see how special Caitlin is, how she needs protection. Girls like her need someone like you to look after them." The floor squeaked. She had him interested. Talking about Caitlin could be her freedom. Samantha reached into the bucket and found, by feel, 2 water bottles. There was also a roll of toilet paper, which was so absurd she nearly screamed in fury, but didn't. He hadn't responded yet to her comments about Caitlin, so she called up another sweet "thank you" for the water. She twisted off the lid, thankful to feel the plastic seal breaking, to verify the bottle hadn't been tampered with. He asked, "Did Caitlin say anything about me?" "Yes, Charles. She says you're kind and caring and that she's very fond of you." Charles laughed. "You're stupid. I'm going to bed now. Sleep tight, Samantha. Don't let the bed bugs bite, or whatever's down there with you." There was a metallic sound, like a lock being fastened to the trap door, and then footfalls overhead. A door closed, and another minute later, a vehicle started and drove away. She was alone. Again, she had nothing but the darkness and time to ponder how it had been a mistake to run from Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud. The blurry figure in Warren's hasty photos had not been Robichaud. It had been Charles DeWitt, sneaking up from behind like a coward. She sipped her water slowly, savoring each drop. Her body ached all over, and now it was definitely nighttime. The crawl space was much cooler than it had been during the day, which was a relief until she got too cold, and it was just another layer of torture. She crawled from the high-ceiling corner to another part of her prison. She wiggled and squeezed her body to fit between 2 floor support beams. In the smaller space, she would conserve more body heat. She lay on one side and then the other for hours, unable to sleep, with nothing to distract her from her thoughts. No drinks, no friends, no scenery, no internet, no Colorado, no future. She visualized her death, courtesy of Charles DeWitt. He might push her off a cliff, the way he'd killed Warren. He'd do it somewhere more remote. The body wouldn't be found until after wildlife had destroyed enough of her soft tissue that the bruising on her wrists and ankles wasn't detectable. Over and over she fought her emotions, gave up, and came back to the dark present. She found her will to survive fading with each minute passing. She finally drifted off, only to wake with a start, certain she wasn't alone. "Hello?" she called out, equal parts fearful and hopeful about hearing an answer. 2 feet in front of her, a shape began to glow. It was the white of a tuxedo shirt. Her ghost was there, lying next to her. She began to cry, wasting precious water, but unable to stop her tears. "You're here," she said. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again." As he came into focus, glowing like a welcome nightlight, her relief dried up her tears. "I figured out your secret," she said. "You were killed by Charles DeWitt. He's obsessed with Caitlin Winters, and when your Aunt Wendy started sending Caitlin those letters, he must have felt protective or jealous. Warren's face, in profile, showed interest. "Charles wanted to stop the letters," she said. "Wendy must have sent something in the mail that led him to your house." Samantha stopped talking to let her thoughts coalesce into imagery. "Warren, you said your aunt drove your Jeep sometimes. What if she drove it to spy on Caitlin, and the other stalker, Charles, spotted the Jeep and assumed it was you driving, and instead of going to the police, he decided to be a hero to Caitlin and take care of the problem himself?" Warren was quiet, but then again, he was always quiet. "Can you at least give me a sign?" she pleaded. "I mean, I know I'm crazy because I'm talking to a ghost, but can you at least try to be supportive? Can you give me a hint if I'm right, that it was his camouflage jacket that's visible in your photos?" Warren rolled onto his side, facing her. He reached up one glowing hand and placed it on her forehead. Suddenly she was having a vision. It was like dreaming, but she was awake. She saw Charles following Warren along the trail up the mountain, then accusing him of stalking Caitlin. Warren had laughed. He'd mocked Charles and told him, "Go home, little man. You're the real stalker." Charles didn't get the confession he wanted, but he didn't go home yet either. He lurked in the bushes, watching Warren and waiting for an opportunity. When Warren sat on a log to remove his hiking boot and shake out a loose stone, Charles crept up behind him and struck him on the back of the head with a bat-sized stick. He'd meant it only as a warning, but when he saw that Warren wasn't breathing, he panicked. He dragged the body to the cliff's edge and pushed him over. On his way back down the trail, lightning struck a tree and set it ablaze. Charles dropped to his knees and began to pray, seeing the lightning as an act of God. While he was down on his knees, he spotted a hiking boot. It was Warren's. Charles said a prayer of thanks, grabbed the boot, and tossed it over the cliff. He took one last look down at Warren's lifeless body and then left. In Samantha's vision, she saw Charles walking away, getting smaller. But she stayed with Warren. She floated down to him, down to the green meadow, where she knelt by his side and looked down at his face. There was something wrong with his face. It wasn't bruised or cut from the fall, and his expression was serene, but there was still something wrong. The man who'd been murdered on May 5th looked nothing like Warren, or he looked nothing like the ghost who lay beside Samantha in the crawl space. Samantha's eyes flew open. "You're not Warren," she said. The ghost's eyes filled with glistening tears. Everything came back to Samantha in a rush, like a force of nature shattering its way through a barrier. Her veil of protective illusion shattered. Samantha saw her handsome boyfriend come into her life, courtesy of a blind date set up by her best friends Hilda and Ricky. Like Warren, he was also interested in photography, though he worked as a lawyer. His name was Samuel, so he called her Sammy, as did their friends, because Sam and Sam didn't seem right. She joked about calling him Mule as a nickname for Samuel, but she rarely called him anything but Sam. They'd been dating a year when he proposed by hiding a diamond ring in a bottle of sparkling apple cider. She'd been sober 5 years, and she'd learned how to stand on her own. But now she was going to be someone's wife, which was even better. Soon, they promised themselves, she'd be a mother as well. They would have 2 kids, or maybe 3, 4 at the most. And they'd grow old together. Sam and Sammy. 2 Sams, in love forever. He was running 20 minutes late for the wedding, and then he was gone. His convertible had been struck on the freeway by an 18-wheeler, being driven by a man who'd fallen asleep at the wheel. Dead instantly were Samuel and his best friend John, who was Ricky's brother. "Samuel," she whispered, "it's you." He nodded and glanced up at the ceiling of her prison. When he looked at her again, his expression was that of grim determination. "I know," she said. "I know you don't want me to give up. But Samuel, it's so hard. Everything is so hard without you. I want to be with you. I want to just die and go to where you are, and we can be together." He shook his head and gave her a stern look. She swore at him. She kicked and clawed at his image as she screamed and cried and yelled at him for leaving her all alone. He stayed where he was, patiently waiting until she was done, and then he held her. She fell asleep in his arms and slept a while. When she awoke, she knew what she had to do. Chapter 15, June 10th, 7:15 p.m. Owl Bend Community News. "Don't you worry your pretty blonde head about her," said Charles DeWitt to his co-worker, Caitlin Winters. Caitlin was at her desk, eating a meal at her computer for the second time that day. 2 hours earlier, she'd received an upsetting phone call from that smarmy know-it-all, Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud. He was calling people all over town, making a fuss over the whereabouts of Samantha Torres. If they only knew, Charles thought, grinning. They would be working late on a story about forest fire prevention. He'd offered to pick up dinner for Caitlin at the burger place, but she'd declined, saying she preferred her salad. That was just like Caitlin, to always prioritize keeping her pretty figure over temporary pleasure. He really admired her restraint. He would have to practice restraint of his own, waiting until after he'd worked out the details using Samantha as his first doll. It was a shame she wasn't blonde, so he could imagine she was Caitlin, but she was still good for practice. And she deserved what she got. It was wrong of her to come to this town where she didn't belong and start socializing with people she didn't have any rights to be friends with. Charles had lived there his whole life. People like the Winters family belonged to him, not outsiders, and especially not snoopy private investigators or FBI agents or whatever that liar Samantha Torres was. Caitlin sniffed, wrinkling her pretty nose. She had a spot of salad dressing at the corner of her mouth that made Charles ache with longing. Soon, he told himself, soon he would play with his pretty blonde doll. "It's just that Samantha's so nice," Caitlin said. "She was," he agreed. Caitlin's expression immediately switched from passive sweetness to angry fury. She did that sometimes. But he knew how to deal with crazy women. He knew when and how to play dumb. "Wait, who are we talking about?" he asked. "I'm confused." He faked a yawn. "I've got a skunk family under my cabin. They kept me up all night, scratching around down there." Caitlin turned her body 10 degrees away from him. She was always doing that, shutting him out. And everything he'd done for her over the years. "Never mind," she said. "I'm sure it'll sort itself out. She's kind of spacey." He nodded. Samantha Torres was spacey. She'd accepted a ride and a drink from a stranger. "Caitlin, do you want to get drinks after work? A group of us are going out." It was a lie, but he could probably turn it into reality. Lately, he'd been making his dreams come true. The sky was the limit. "No," she said. "My mother's back from her trip, and we're having dinner together." He gave her a winning smile. "Then I'll bring the wine and the party over there." Getting in wouldn't be a problem, since he'd busted the lock months ago. Another time. She turned to her computer monitor and mumbled about needing to work for another hour. She was a very hard worker. She had to put in more hours than a smarter person would have to put in, but he didn't hold it against her. Charles left her to her work. He packed up his things, whistling as he worked. There was an unofficial rule against whistling in the office, but today was a special day. He said goodbye to the others who were staying behind to work the night shift on the radio. At the entrance, he held the door open for a woman who was an inch taller than him and twice as wide. "You're Wendy Jameson," he said cheerily. "Hi," she said enthusiastically. "We've met before," he said. "Charles DeWitt. My mother had de good looks and my father had de wit." She gave him a blank look before continuing on her way to drop an envelope into the comment box just inside the front entrance. "Well, look at that," Charles said. "Now you're doing hand deliveries? What happened? Did you run out of stamps?" Her expression turned to suspicion. She crossed her arms and walked right out again. Charles shook his head. If only he'd realized sooner that the person stalking Caitlin was Wendy and not her nephew, Warren might still be alive. What was that thing he'd said when Charles had confronted him on the mountain? "You've got the wrong Jameson." With the storm rolling in, it had sounded like wrong one or wrong son. Oh well. Charles shrugged and continued on his way to his car. He never cared for good-looking, spoiled guys like Warren anyway. And it had been good practice, just like how drugging the hippy-dippy waitress at Yolanda's had been good practice for getting the sedative mix right. What was it his late father had always said about luck? Luck was when preparation met opportunity plus genius. He'd been a genius to keep the sedative-laced alcohol in his vehicle, and when Samantha Torres had practically fallen into his lap, that had been very good luck. At sunset, Charles DeWitt pulled up to his family's cabin and parked. He'd eaten his cheeseburger and fries while driving. Now that he was stopped, he ate Samantha's fries as well. One cheeseburger was all that she deserved, and besides, he wouldn't want her to fill up on fries and not have room to eat the sedative-laced burger. He knew it wasn't very sporting of him to drug the woman again, but he couldn't take any chances. He was not a large man. He barely weighed 100 pounds. He had reasonably good proportions, but his height forced him to buy clothes in the juniors section. He finished eating, wiped his mouth with a fistful of napkins, and stepped out of the car. He sucked the last ounces of red cream soda from the waxy drink container. He stretched and admired the colors of the sky. The last low layers of crimson faded to indigo, and the stars twinkled overhead. Had the stars ever been more beautiful than they were this magical night? No. And he'd never felt more alive. He reached into the passenger seat, grabbed the bag with the cheeseburger, and went inside the cabin to prepare Samantha's final meal. He whistled as he spread the sedative around inside the burger. His dark-haired guest was probably so hungry she'd snap it down in 2 bites. Thinking about how hungry she was made the full meal in his belly all the better. He took his time cleaning up the kitchen and wiping down all the surfaces. He didn't want to accidentally ingest any of Samantha's treats. With the plate in his hand, he unlocked the padlock, holding down the trap door. Before lifting the door, he paused. She wasn't screaming. The last time he'd returned to the cabin, she had made a terrible racket. Now she was quiet. Perhaps she was sleeping, or already dead. If it was the latter, he hoped she hadn't started to stink. The last thing he needed under the cabin was a rotting animal. He set the plate on the floor, grabbed the biggest knife from the kitchen to use for protection, and creaked open the trapdoor lid. It was dark below, but he spotted the glow of her blouse where he expected to see it, in the corner, with the most head clearance. He sighed with relief. For a moment, he'd imagined she might have broken through the cement floor into the red earth and tunneled her way out like a red-eyed rodent. He set aside the knife and traded it for the plated cheeseburger. He'd used a paper plate rather than a ceramic one, because he was a careful man who thought things through. "Samantha," he called out in a sing-song voice. "Dinner time! Wakey, wakey!" He leaned down to set the plate on the concrete, and as the echoes of his voice came back to him, he wondered how many children he and Caitlin would have. At least 2. And he would wake them up by singing to them. And together, all of Charles DeWitt's thoughts smashed to a flat line as his head hit the concrete. The impact made him swoon, and his mouth filled with water, but he didn't lose consciousness. Despite the searing pain and the stars flashing in his head, he saw her, and he understood what was happening. The conniving, red-eyed crawl-space rodent had removed her clothes, just like the cheap whore she was. She'd draped them over something in the corner to trick him, and she'd attacked poor defenseless Charles, pulling him down to her level. He'd landed head first, the rest of him following in a heap. He was lucky he hadn't snapped his neck. Poor little Charles! He had always been small for his age. People could be so cruel, and none were more cruel than women like Samantha Torres, with their teasing eyes. "Wait!" he screamed. He croaked out something indecipherable, muddled between a threat and a plea, and then the trap door slammed shut. He heard her curse above him. The padlock! She wanted it, but he had it, in his pocket. He righted himself, his head swimming in pain, and started shouldering the trap door. It only opened an inch before she stomped it back down. But her body weight wasn't enough to keep him down, and when he got out, there would be hell to pay. He pushed again and again, and now she screamed. The little possum wasn't playing dead anymore. He paused to catch his breath and heard a noise, furniture being dragged. He howled in outrage and threw his weight at the trap door. This time, it barely budged. He took a full breath to scream at her, to promise her that a high price would be paid for her insolence. He checked his pockets, feeling around in the dark. He still had the keys for his car. The cabin was isolated, far removed from any neighbors, and 2 miles from a main road. She would not get far on foot, but he would have to work fast. He braced himself to push the furniture from the trap door. If he could lift it just a little, he'd have an angle, and the sofa would start to slide. Above, Samantha gave herself orders in single words. Heavy, she told herself as she pulled the room's furniture over the trap door. Leave. She got to the door, where the calm voice in her head spoke again. Boots. Boots. She looked down at her feet. They were bare. She was nearly naked, wearing only her underwear. Her clothes had been sacrificed to create the scarecrow down in the corner of the crawlspace. Parts of the bucket had formed a rib cage. The metal handle of the bucket had been her tool to break free of the plastic cuffs. She'd used the metal and a jagged bit of stone to cut through the ties, and now she was nearly free. The voice spoke again. Look. She looked around. She was in a cabin of a similar size to the one she'd been renting. A few lamps were on, and the windows were black. It was night. She would run, but she didn't know where she was or how far away help would be. Boots, the voice said, and now she knew it wasn't her speaking. It was her guardian angel, Samuel, the man she'd been mistaking for Warren for the past month. Her grief had been so powerful, she couldn't accept what was right in front of her eyes. She couldn't see her angel Samuel anymore. He'd disappeared when the trap door opened, but she could hear him now, and she could feel him all around her. She found a pair of Charles DeWitt's boots near the door. With shaking hands, she pulled them onto her feet. They were small, but seemed to fit. She even managed to pull the laces tight. Tying a bow was impossible, so she shoved the loose ends down toward her ankles. "Coat," Samuel said. She grabbed the longest jacket from a hook next to the door and pulled it on. The feel of the fabric on her skin caused her to cry out in a mix of gratitude and relief. After 30 hours in the dark crawlspace, it was a miracle to feel something other than dry wood and cold concrete. Keys? She checked the hooks by the doorway and did a quick search of the counter in the kitchen. She didn't find her captor's keys, but she found the spread-out contents of her purse. Her phone had been dismantled, and parts appeared to have been smashed. Phone. Her gaze flicked from the busted cell phone to the old-fashioned phone on the cabin's wall. She lunged for it and held the receiver to her ear. No dial tone. She depressed the receiver several times to make sure. Down below, Charles had stopped screaming profanities and threats. His silence worried her. She spotted the knife next to the trapdoor. If she killed him, he could never hurt her again. Did she dare open the trapdoor again? "No," said her guardian angel. "Run." On shaking legs, she bolted for the door. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the furniture on top of the trapdoor shift. Samantha opened the front door, shot out into the night, and she ran. When Charles emerged from the crawlspace, everything was red. He'd scraped the ridge of his eyebrow getting out, and now blood from the cut ran into his eye. He staggered through the cabin toward the bedroom. He yanked open the bedside table drawer, tossed aside the thin piece of wood that formed the fake bottom, and grabbed the gun. It was loaded and ready to go. The gun wasn't his top choice, because someone might hear the shots and call in a report, but he would do what needed doing. He ran out the front door and scanned for her. There was a single road leading from the cabin. The road zigzagged down the mountain for 2 miles before it branched off. He jumped into his car, rolled down the windows, turned off the headlights, and started down the road. It didn't take long before he spotted movement in the woods next to the road. He kept his foot steady on the gas and didn't allow his head to jerk. He kept driving at the same slow speed, not letting on that he'd spotted his prey. Once he'd rounded a hairpin corner, he killed the engine and jumped out. He pocketed the keys and closed the door gently, then doubled back. She was quiet, making no noise as she moved through the forest. It was a miracle he'd been able to spot her movement in the wan moonlight. He stepped slowly, carefully, but kept snapping branches underfoot. She stayed ahead of him, always out of reach, but close enough to keep his hope alive. He aimed the gun once, twice, 3 times, but every time he had a clear shot of his prey, she seemed to evaporate into the dark forest. He didn't dare fire and give away his position. All he needed was patience. She was either lost or disoriented, climbing up the mountain and above the cabin rather than down and toward town. He stayed on her trail, keeping his breathing calm and measured. "Persistence pays off," he told himself. "I am a persistent man, a patient man." After an hour of stalking Samantha Torres through the woods, they both reached the peak. There was nowhere else to go. And there she was, waiting for him in a clearing at the top, shivering like a sacrificial lamb. She slipped off the jacket she stole from his cabin, kicked off the boots, and turned to face him. Her expression was that of acceptance, of love. She was 30 feet away, 20 feet away. The night wind picked up and made her dark hair flutter around her bare shoulders. She was as beautiful as any woman in a painting. And her face was so serene, so calm, so inviting. He was 10 feet away. Her eyes caught his and held them. In her eyes, he could see eternity. He pulled his gun from his pocket and showed it to her. She smiled and closed her eyes. No, the gun was too impersonal. He tossed the gun at her feet. It made no sound as it hit the dirt. She tipped back her head, exposing her neck to him, inviting his embrace. He took one more step toward her, and he was falling for her, falling through her. He passed through her body and through the illusion of rocky ground at her feet. The forest at the bottom of the cliff rushed up toward him. She'd been a vision, a mirage, a lie. Charles DeWitt sucked in his breath, preparing to scream, but the only sound he made was a crack as he hit the rocky ground below. Samantha stumbled onto the main road and flagged down a vehicle. She knew it wasn't Charles because she'd passed his compact car halfway down the winding access road. The car was empty, the keys gone. Someone had been crashing around in the forest, growling and shouting threats. It had been easy to avoid him, even without her guardian angel, who'd disappeared. The vehicle she was flagging down came to a stop. It was an older model station wagon, and the woman who stepped out of the driver's side door looked familiar. "Do I know you?" Samantha asked. "You don't know me, but I know you." The woman took her by the hand and led her around to the passenger side, where she lovingly tucked her into the seat. There was no one else in the vehicle. "Who am I?" Samantha asked. She heard herself and let out a strangled laugh. "I mean, who are you?" "I know who I am. I'm not that crazy." The woman held up a finger, closed the door, and got in on the driver's side. She locked the doors and started driving. "I'm Caroline Winters," the woman said. "You know my daughter, Caitlin. She's actually out right now looking for you. The whole town's looking for you." Samantha answered in a whisper. "I was abducted. Nobody's going to believe me, but it's true." "I believe you," the woman said. They spoke for a few minutes, with the woman gently asking questions and assuring her they were going directly to the hospital, and that Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud would meet them there. As they entered town, both grew quiet. After a minute, the woman said, "You must have someone very special watching over you. In all my days, I've never seen an aura as bright as yours." Chapter 16, May 5th, 8:20 p.m. The Watering Hole, Owl Bend, Colorado. Finn Bruno waved Samantha over to the bar. "Tony should be here any minute," he said. "She ran out to get some more salt. Do you think people would notice if I put sugar on the margarita rims?" Samantha laughed and shook her head. "They might notice, but I'm sure they wouldn't mind. People in Owl Bend are pretty cool." The bartender grinned. "That's why people like us can never leave." "How's your big venture going? The locked room?" The grin fell off his face. "We're nearly set up, but Tony says I'm not supposed to talk to you about that on account of what happened to you." He looked down as he handed Samantha a non-alcoholic lemonade in a tall glass. "That's sweet of her. Your fiancé is a very considerate person, but honestly, it's been almost a year, and I can talk about things without, going to that dark place in my mind." She lifted the lemonade in a one-sided toast. "It helps that I've been sober close to a year. Sobriety is a good thing." Finn held his finger to his lips and glanced around the one-third full bar with cartoonish paranoia. "Shh! Don't tell our customers." Samantha chuckled and took a sip of her lemonade. She found it easier to stay sober when she wasn't around people drinking, but she'd been with friends tonight, and she didn't want to miss one of the town's main annual events. Everyone would be packed into the watering hole tonight, including Daniel's elderly neighbor, Mrs. Dawson. The white-haired woman had promised to be there from 9 o'clock until 10, after which she would promptly go home so she could be in bed by 11. Samantha had been getting to know Mrs. Dawson, thanks to spending so much time at Daniel's. More importantly, she'd been getting to know the deputy sheriff. The last few months had been good. After her encounter with Charles DeWitt, Samantha's world had crashed in on her. Even though a search and rescue team had located his body in a rocky crevice, the man continued to devastate and terrify her. She wanted to put Owl Bend behind her, so she got on a bus, then a plane, and headed back to California, where she stayed with Hilda and Ricky. After 3 months of what Hilda called rehabilitation by dueling toddlers, Samantha had made significant progress. She'd stayed sober and sane, and most days she was even happy. But when it came time for her to move out of the Francis family spare room and into her own place, none of the apartment listings interested her. The money from her fiancé's life insurance policy would cover buying a house outright, but none of the homes she toured interested her. In October, she got an email from Caitlin Winters. They'd stayed in touch through the internet, and Caitlin mentioned that the resort where Samantha had been staying was for sale. She and her mother were thinking of investing, and she'd emailed simply to ask Samantha how she'd enjoyed the resort as a customer. Samantha could hardly sleep that night, and in the morning she emailed Caitlin, asking if she and her mother were interested in a third partner. Caitlin replied with a message full of funny images of cartoon animals saying, "Yes." In January, Samantha left California for Colorado. A very teary Hilda saw her best friend off and promised the whole family of 4 would come to visit soon. The wide-open spaces of Colorado are a great place to raise a couple of rambunctious boys, Samantha said, and Hilda winked to let her know she was working on it. And she was. Hilda could work on her blog anywhere, but it would take 3 years to wrap up Ricky's business there in Los Angeles, sell the house, and head east. But the boys would grow up riding horses and enjoying the great outdoors. Samantha had been living in Owl Bend for 2 months and 15 days before Deputy Sheriff Daniel Robichaud worked up the courage to ask her on a date. It was April, 10 months since their first date at Yolanda's all-day bar and grill, and they returned to the truck stop restaurant for their second date, joking that in another 10 months they'd come back for dinner. Now it was May 5th, the 1-year anniversary of Warren's death. Earlier that day, Samantha and Daniel had visited Warren's grave with some other friends to lay down flowers and say a few words. They caught a glimpse of his aunt, Wendy, who was reportedly doing much better. Everyone was doing much better. Tony and Finn were back together, planning to get married later that summer. Caitlin was much happier with her job now that Charles was gone, and Samantha was no longer seeing ghosts or losing her grasp on chunks of memory. Since the moment she fought her way out of the crawlspace, she hadn't seen Samuel again. At first, she regretted that she hadn't had the chance to say goodbye, but as time moved on, she realized she didn't need to. He would always be a part of her, always reside somewhere deep within her heart. And there would always be room for more in her heart, for now the doors and windows were wide open. A hand brushed across her shoulder, and then Daniel was there, gazing into her eyes. She asked, "Everything okay?" He'd sent her into the tavern without him because he'd gotten a call about a disturbance. "Just kids knocking over some trash bins," he said. She pretended to roll up her sleeves. "Do you need backup? I'm your gal, Deputy Sheriff. Just point me at 'em." He laughed and brushed some of her hair behind her ear. It was the second time he'd done such a gesture. They were only a month into dating, so Samantha was still keenly aware of their firsts and seconds. She caught his hand and kissed it. His eyebrows shot up. She hadn't done that the first time. He gave her a glimpse of his off-duty dimples and leaned in for a real kiss. The bar was filling up with townspeople, growing more noisy, but they were in their own little world. As they embraced, Samantha remembered the words from a song. "You can get high or you can get low. I'll be here. Take as long as you need." It was a song Samuel had written. During the summer, he jokingly threatened to quit the law firm and become a country music superstar. She'd never felt much from the lyrics until now. Wherever she went in the world, she would still be there. Her, Samantha. She would still be herself. Life was sweet right now, but pain would come from time to time, as inevitable as the changing of the seasons. She didn't need to get high or get low, because life would provide. All she needed to do was to keep her eyes open and her feet on the trail. This trail had led her to Owl Bend, to the truth, to a second chance at love, to friends, and to a run-down resort that needed her as much as she needed it. As she curled into Daniel's embrace, she smiled at the knowledge that angels were real, and she saw them every day.
Author's Note for Date with a Ghost. Hi there, it's me again, Angela Pepper. And I'm still narrating these notes myself, with my own voice and my genuine Canadian accent. It's pretty decent, eh? I'm not wearing a toque or riding a moose, but I am a keener. That's just a little Canadian humor for you. If everything is going as planned, you just finished Date with a Ghost by me, Angela Pepper, and narrated by the fabulous Marie Hoffman. The idea for this book came to me in a more cinematic form than usual. That is, I saw it in my mind as a movie, and I kept thinking about what a great movie it would be, but I don't have a film studio or millions of dollars to make movies with, so I had to translate it into a book. I wrote this book during the cold, rainy winter. As you no doubt noticed, the book takes place during the summer. Whenever I'm writing a book, I get fully immersed in the story and in what's happening to the characters. The funny thing about that is whenever I take a break and I stop writing and go outside, I'm very confused about the weather. As far as life problems go, I suppose being confused about the weather is not the worst thing. This book turned out a little darker than my usual stories. I don't think I was in a particularly dark mood when I wrote it, but I do enjoy variety. I like to take trips to new places I've never been, meet new characters, and explore different tones. So sometimes my books will vary between being super quirky and funny with lots of jokes per page, and other times a little darker, but still with that humor kind of peeking through the cracks. I really enjoyed writing about Samantha and all the characters that she met in Owl Bend, which is a fictional town, by the way, although it sounds amazing and I'd love to go there someday. Maybe we can all go and have a drink at the watering hole. Until then, this is Angela Pepper. Thank you for reading my stories.
This has been Date with a Ghost, Restless Spirits Cozy Ghost Mysteries, Book 2. Written by Angela Pepper. Narrated by Marie Hoffman. Copyright 2016 by Angela Pepper Publishing. Production copyright 2018 by Angela Pepper Publishing.